Hello, welcome. This video is predicting that famous singer-songwriter Paul Simon of Simon and Garfunkel will fall and injure his head on July 26th, 2026, and that there will be a stock market crash of 13% in one day on August 18th. Probably this will occur in the NASDAQ index, but it may be the S&P and or the Dow. So 13% loss in one day on August 18th, 2026. And it is predicted that Israel will nuke Iran on January 3rd, 2029. And that there will be a massive Mary apparition that the whole world will see that will occur on the beach in Rio de Janeiro on March 22nd, 2029. The date that this video was posted proves that this prediction is being made ahead of time, as does this time-stamped email. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward this to you. But I fail to see how you would be skeptical given the post date of the video you are watching. And no, I do not have an inside connection at one of the platforms that you are watching it on. So this prediction is for Paul Simon is being made ahead of time. Likewise for the stock market. All right, so today is July 20th. It is the day after the World Cup final, and that includes the very prophetic halftime show of the World Cup. This will be an extremely interesting video and, of course, very important, as all of them are. And so let's get into it. In this video, I will be explaining the reasons for how these predictions are known ahead of time. These predictions, of course, are quite precise, and so there really doesn't need to be any explanations for how they're known ahead of time to prove that they are predictions. In other words, I could list the things that these predictions prove. In other words, the purpose for the predictions. And I'm able to do so because I have the authority to do so. I know far better than you or anyone the reason and purpose for these predictions that are from God. And when I say God, I mean specifically the righteous Christian God of the Bible, the God of Israel. No other God, and no nonsense such as all paths lead to the same peak of the mountain, etc. That's a different religion. That's a worldview, but that isn't the worldview of the Christian worldview, which is exclusive. And either one or another worldview or no worldview is the correct or truth. In other words, of the worldviews or world religions, either one of them is true or none of them are true, and they all can't be true. That's a contradiction. Because besides the New Age religion, the consciousness, the collective consciousness religion, etc., the consciousness revolution, besides that religion, or arguably the Indian religion, Hinduism, that says that all paths are different interpretations and all lead to the same destination at the top of the mountain, etc., or are all spokes in a wheel or something to that effect, is a worldview in itself. That is a worldview, and it is either true or one of the other worldviews is true, or none of them are. But that worldview is contradictory to other worldviews. Right? So if the Christian worldview is correct and the truth, that worldview isn't. for one thing, we can start with the basics about the nature of God and whether or not he is a personal being or an impersonal energy. He is either the creator of the creation or he is the creation itself. And it's not a creation if it's a creation. If he's the creation itself, obviously, it just always was. There's nothing created. That's the Hindu religion. That's called pantheism. And the notion of a personal being God that is holy, the Hebrew word for separate from, not the creation itself, but separate from the creation and the creator of the creation, that is called monotheism. Both can't be true. Obviously, it's the same as either the world is flat or it is round. It's not subjective. It is either flat or it's round. Either the flat earthers are correct or those that believe that the world is round are correct, but both are not correct. There's no truth is relative here, right? Now, what I am saying is that these predictions will prove not only monotheism, but which of the monotheistic religions or worldviews is the truth, which is the righteous Christian God of the Bible worldview. All right? And I know far more than you the reason and purpose for this prediction. Now, if you are a New Ager or a collective consciousness, whatever you want to call it, yoga person, and you think that the way in which I was able to know these predictions, if you think you know more than me regarding how I know these predictions, I feel sorry for you. But these reasons that I'll explain will also prove that I know what I'm talking about. And so I know you would like to conclude, because otherwise you'd have to change your worldview, that the way in which I was able to know these predictions ahead of time was through some sort of supposed tapping into the collective consciousness, etc. But that's not the case, and I know more than you, far, far, far more than you, how these predictions are known. And you are going to have to change your worldview because that isn't the answer. Now, if you are an Islamist or a quote-unquote Christian and you would like to chalk this up to demonic influence or something to that effect, you are also incorrect, and be warned, Jesus said that the unforgivable sin is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. And if you are a member of the new religion of our age, a very, very popular religion in our modern time that doesn't even have a name yet because it's so new, but if you are a member of the conspiracy theory worldview and religion, no, you are not correct. The way in which I know these predictions is not through somehow deciphering the code of the Illuminati and Satanists. All right, let's begin. These reasons that I'll be explaining here, as you will see, clearly are from God. No human being is creative enough to concoct these reasons in their own imagination. And there is only one conclusion here, and that is, of course, the one that I am saying, and that should be logical in the first place because I am the one making the predictions. I know how these predictions are known. You don't. Okay? One more thing before we begin. In addition to proving the righteous Christian God of the Bible, for which there is already an overwhelming amount of evidence, and overwhelming isn't even the right word. In other words, these predictions are not necessary for such a purpose. These predictions will also prove the controversial things that I'll be saying in this video, all of them. And in each case, there is zero debate. That's the purpose of the prediction. I know more than you. I know why God has given me a voice through these predictions. It is to prove these controversial things for which God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, overwhelmingly proves. And when these predictions come to pass, it will prove that this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections that is being explained in this video and on this channel. These controversial things are controversial for some people, and for others they aren't. And if you're in the camp of for somehow not knowing the truth about these things already, these predictions will prove the matter for you, and you will now need to humble yourself regarding these things. Okay? So, and that's the purpose, right? We're running out of time. We don't have any time for these debates. That's why God is proving these things through these predictions, okay? So we're going to focus in this video specifically on the World Cup and the halftime show. It's quite something. There's been a lot of chatter on the internet regarding this World Cup. And specifically what I mean is regarding prophetic signs surrounding the World Cup, although, very importantly, they aren't being credited as prophetic signs. That's a big problem. As far as I'm aware, this is the only channel in which it is stated that these are prophetic signs, and they are not. These coincidences that I'll be explaining are prophetic signs and are not designed by the Illuminati or Satanists in occult rituals or something to that effect. I can't even explain it because it doesn't even make a lot of sense, really. And these people that talk about this sort of stuff, they don't really know what they're talking about, and so they don't really make a lot of sense either. But if you were to try to put it into words as to what they're trying to say is that, well, the Illuminati are behind these coincidences, etc., surrounding these things like the World Cup and the halftime show. And they can't really tell you who they are or what they're really doing, but they're just, and we have to give some empathy to it, because it is really dark. And it's hard for people to believe that this could come from God, even quote unquote Christians, because of the nature of the matter being, the information being so dark. But rest assured, I know how these predictions are known, and I'm proving the matter right now that these coincidences, I'm proving it once and for all. There's no debate. These coincidences, and this isn't only applying to the World Cup coincidences, but these coincidences that people have been attributing to Satanists are from God. I hope I'm clear. It's very important that we establish this and finally end this religion that's emerging of the conspiracy theory religion. Because it is Antichrist in itself. Now, so on July 19th, we'll just begin with the PGA, the Open Championship in Southport, England. By the way, what I'm doing here is I'm reading notes. They're just notations. There's no time to write a write-up to explain things. I'm just going to explain the notes and the insights as they come. And in the beginning, it's more just information, and it progresses, and the information and insights build on themselves to reach these profound climactic insights at the end. But don't skip ahead, because you won't understand what's coming without the building of the information. That's the whole point, the building of the information. And by the way, one other thing too is that the purpose of the information and the building of the information is that God is telling a story. He's telling stories, and it is through these stories that God is communicating extremely important information and knowledge. And on that note, the reason, or the way in which these stories come about, is through the interconnectedness of the prophetic signs, which is something that isn't appreciated by others that are so-called quote-unquote watchers, which is that the full intended meaning of any of God's prophetic signs cannot be understood without their context and connections with the other prophetic signs. It's the same as the Bible. The reason why the Bible is amazing and clearly from God is its interconnectedness. One can take an infinite number of pathways through the Bible into these books that were written many centuries apart, and it's all the same. It all overlaps, and is interconnected, and it's clearly supernatural in how it does so. It's the same with God's signs. And without appreciating that, not only are you not going to understand the full intended meaning of the prophetic signs because it's their context and connections that give them their full meaning, but you will also miss the vast majority of the prophetic signs. And we're talking at this point thousands of signs that are only being recognized on this channel. On July 19th, the PGA, the Open Championship in Southport, England. Okay, so it was a 39-year-old. This is, right away, I'll just jump ahead because this is interesting because this World Cup was about the 39-year-old Lionel Messi, who had his 39th birthday on the day that the twin earthquakes in Venezuela were 39 seconds apart. So we have a 39 on this championship day in the World Cup with this player, Ryan Fox. Okay, now 39 is 3 times 13. That's because the Antichrist, who is from Argentina, the country that Lionel Messi plays for, Pope Francis, who was elected on the date 313 in the year 13. And that's also because Rome converted to Catholicism in the year 313 AD. And when it did so, it did not do away with its pagan religion. It just repackaged it into a wrapper to make it look like Christianity for the gullible, the majority of Catholics who never read the Bible and do not really understand the gospel, etc. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Catholic. I don't hate Catholics. If anything, trying to help people, including Catholics. And if I don't furthermore believe that Catholics won't be saved, if they will be, though, it will be in spite of their Catholicism, not because of it. But that's the big reason why the Antichrist is the Pope. It was designed to be this way all along, and it's clear in Old Testament prophecy that the Antichrist would be a Pope. All popes, and I mean that all popes throughout all of history have been lowercase Antichrist, but it all leads to the capital A Antichrist, Pope Francis, who will be resurrected from the dead on May 2nd, 2029. Now, Ryan means king, as in Irish, as in Antichrist king. Fox in God's signs, and this has been established long before this player Ryan Fox, right? See, the thing is, we're talking about almost a decade of full-time analysis of God's prophetic signs from morning until night okay, so we've got Ryans and Foxes before in God's signs, okay? This is immediately recognized. That's the thing right at this point. There's so much background or basic learning and understanding throughout the years now that these signs can be quickly, immediately recognized. And look how much information is here, just for example. Just from one day. All of what you're looking at is really profound. Every single line of the text here, okay? And this is all discerned in like 24 hours or just a few hours because of the background to be able to recognize something like Ryan Fox immediately. And the reason why Fox is 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecies, because F is the 6th letter, O is the 15th, and 1 plus 5 is 6, and X is the 24th letter, and 2 plus 4 is 6. Okay, so this guy, Ryan Fox, who is 3 times 13 years old, took up golf at the age of 13. That gives us the date 313 in the year 13, the day that Pope Francis was elected. And again, he's from Argentina, which is why we have this sign here of Ryan Fox on the day of the Lionel Messi sign, okay? Now, Ryan Fox just made a birdie on the final hole to win the Open with 10 under. Lionel Messi wears number 10. The final putt he sunk to make birdie was 11 feet and 7 inches, which gives us 117, which is the year of maximum expansion of Rome. Rome being symbolic of the Antichrist kingdom and the symbolism or system that Pope Francis will lead. Okay, so in other words, 117 is a number that symbolizes Rome. The final putt he sunk to make birdie at 11 feet 17 inches. I just restated what I just said. Okay, so the final leaderboard was Ryan Fox -10, Cam Young, which is interesting because Young, and God has used Cam Young for this purpose before, Young is hinting at what the Antichrist will promise through the mark of the Antichrist, which is eternal life, which is also, incidentally, why he will be resurrected through demonic power. If you take the mark of the Antichrist, you're going to hell according to Bible prophecy, and it is the VACCINE, and it is in its current form and past tense, and the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken it. And again, the purpose of these predictions is to prove what I am saying. There's no debate. The Bible nowhere says that one cannot repent after having taken it. So Cam Young, okay, because the big lie at the end of the age is the same as the first lie told by Satan, the serpent, to Eve in the garden. Eve hints at Evita or Eva Perón, the wife of the socialist dictator, communist dictator, Juan Perón from Argentina. Okay. We have also this guy, Sam Burns, and there was a lot of fire theme going on in the World Cup that was won by Spain. And in Spain, right now, the forests are on fire. All right. Let's just go on here. So, Scotty Scheffler, the name Scheffler means bailiff or keys. Keys symbolize the Vatican. Finished tied for fourth with a score of 7 under. 7 is the fourth prime number. At the Open at Southport, as in the portal that's opened with a key to the bottomless pit, described in the book of Revelation. Scotty Scheffler, SS, the initials 19 and 19. Both 19 is the 4 plus 4th prime number. Okay, the number 4 symbolizes the door that's opened with the key, because the 4th letter in the Hebrew alphabet is a door, a symbol for the door. All right, Bryson DeChambeau is known for his commercials, his recent commercials involving aliens on the golf course. They're comedic, but nonetheless, he's associated with aliens here, and God used this in prophetic signs in the past. So he finished in a 4-way tie for 14th place. All right, and God is pairing 4 and 14 because also 14 hints at 41. God is pairing 4 and 14 in general because 14, for one reason, hints at 41, and 41 is the numeric equivalent of the word key, and 4 is the symbol for a door. And in the book of Revelation, key opens the door to the bottomless pit, from which demons arise, pretending to be aliens. Okay, now the 4th prime, 14 is the I'm not sure what my friend wrote here. He followed this tournament. All right, but anyway, 14 is 12 plus 2, and that hints at 122, which is the 41st prime number. And again, the number 41 symbolizes the word key. Oh, and he finished with a score of -4 in his 4-way tie here. Okay, now Ryan Fox, which we talked about earlier, This is the following day that I'm recording this, so I'm not exactly sure what was said yesterday. But okay, so Ryan Fox, he won 3.2 million out of the 17,750,000 total prize money. That hints at 1776, which is 4 times 444, which hints at the 44th president, Obama, whose name is equal to 32 in simple English gematria. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. Obama is the Antichrist. The word Fox hints at 666, like I explained. Ryan means king, king Antichrist. Barack Obama. Ryan Fox, who finished -10, was born on the date 122 in 1987, which is 153 days before Lionel Messi was born. Okay, and the two men on July 19th, 39 years old, 2 earthquakes. This is my friend, so I'm deciphering what he's writing here. Again, there were the 2 earthquakes that were 39 seconds apart on Messi's 39th birthday. And we'll just leave it at that. So Ryan Fox was born 313 months and 19 days. Okay. In this, as explained in other videos so far, the 19th tarot card is pointed to here because, okay. So Lionel Messi formerly wore jersey number 19. He has worn 2 jerseys in the World Cup, number 10 and number 19. This hints at 9/11. And the viral story going around prior to the game is how Lionel Messi, when he was 19 years old, bathed his opponent, the star player for the other team, Lamine Yamal, who plays for Spain and played for Spain in the final, and in that game wore number 19, while Messi was wearing number 10, which is another 9/11. Lionel Messi went into the World Cup with 911 career goals, and the picture with him bathing the young Lamine Yamal for a promotional calendar about children symbolizes Lionel Messi's son, or points to Lionel Messi's son, because he would have bathed his son, and his son was born exactly 11 years, born on the date 9/11, exactly 11 years after 9/11, when Flight 11 with a crew of 11 flew into the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11 in New York State. The Twin Towers, twin earthquakes. Okay, the twin earthquakes were 39 seconds apart on Lionel Messi's 39th birthday, and the towers were struck 17 minutes apart. And Lionel Messi's first goal of the tournament gave, or maybe it wasn't, I'm not sure, but when he scored his 17th goal, it set a new record for number of goals scored by a player in World Cup games. That hinted at the 17 minutes in between the 2 towers, which was hinted at through the 2 earthquakes, 39 seconds apart on Lionel Messi's 39th birthday. Now, also Lionel Messi scored his 19th goal in the 80th minute of a game, and Lionel Messi was born exactly 80 days before 9/11. All right, so you get the idea here, the pattern of 19. Oh, and there were 2 players on the team for Spain in the cup final that were 19 years old. Another twin theme. They weren't literally twins. Just like Lamine Yamal and Lionel Messi are, in a way, twins, right? It's just a theme, it's symbolism, and we had the twin earthquakes that pointed to all of this from the beginning. Well, the 2 earthquakes were 39 seconds apart, and 39 is 3 times 13. That's because the Antichrist was elected Pope on the date 313, in the year 13. Okay, and so that's why the 313 months and 19 days, all of that just to explain this connection here, but it's very relevant because, of course, this connects the Antichrist to this little king Antichrist, Ryan Fox. Okay. Oh, and there was the 19th tarot card that depicted the bathing of the sun, and there was the sun in the background. It's the same sun as the sun on the Argentine flag. For God's purposes, he's using these tarot cards. No, it's not the Illuminati that did this. No, these are prophetic signs from God. All right. Ryan Fox finished with a total 4-round score of 270. Ryan Fox was born 270 days before Black Monday on October 19th, 1987. That's amazing, as I will explain in a second here. Ryan Fox, who finished on -10, was born on, well, we already said this. Okay. Now, Ryan King, Fox, 666, King Antichrist. I explained that, right? Ryan in Irish is king, F, 6th letter, O, 15th letter, 1 plus 5 is 6, X, 24th letter, 2 plus 4 is 6, 666. In the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. The Black Monday stock market crash, the largest crash in history in one day, in terms of percent, on October 19th, 1987, was 38 years and 9 days, or sorry, exactly 38 years and 9 months before the World Cup final on July 19th. This hints at 389, which is the 77th prime number. 77 is 7 times 11, which hints at the flood, because the flood began in Genesis 7:11. Now, October 19th, 1987 is exactly the 30th triangular number of months in a triangle of numbers. The last number in the 30th row is 465. Black Monday is exactly 465 months before July 19th, which is in turn 30 days to August 18th, which is the date on which it is predicted that there will be a massive crash in the stock market, most likely 13% lost in one day in one or more of the stock indexes, whether it be the NASDAQ, most likely, or the S&P or the Dow. So from Black Monday, we have the 30th triangular number of months, but that gets us to the state with king symbolism. And again, the number 30 is associated with king, and we have Ryan, furthermore, Ryan Fox on this day too. And Lionel Messi is the king of football, right? And then we have another 30 days to the stock market crash. And so in other words, the Black Monday stock market crash is connecting profoundly to the August 18th predicted crash. And again, we're expecting a 13% crash. And we have the 13s all over the place here in these signs. Because again, the Antichrist was elected on the date 313 in the year 13, and 3 times 13 is 39, and that's the number of seconds in between the two earthquakes on Lionel Messi's 39th birthday. And there was this connection between Ryan Fox and the election of the Pope of 313 months and 19 days. Okay. Now, after the Open coverage, the tournament for the golf finished on NBC, they switched over to broadcasting the Tour de France. The Tour de France, as in the Tour de Francis, Pope Francis. Tour de France rider Jonas Vingegaard from Denmark had to withdraw at stage 15 after a spectator crash, as in a stock market crash. And also I didn't watch this, I don't know for sure, but it could very well have been that this crash was on a mountain, which would be a high place, and that's currently where the stock market is. It'll crash like from the top of a mountain kind of thing. John Vingegaard's nickname is the Fisher King, or the Fisherman. Jonas Vingegaard was born on December 10th, 1996, 20 years and 17 days before Carrie Fisher died on December 27th, 2016. 20 years and 17 days is very relevant because the flood, according to the Bible in the account, began on the 17th day of the second month. Okay. Carrie Fisher is relevant to everything, but in the flood is an ark, which is a boat from which Fisher caught. Okay, and Paul Simon famously dated Carrie Fisher. Paul Simon is predicted to slip and fall and injure his head exactly 115 months after Carrie Fisher died. The names Paul Simon hint at the two leaders of the fishers of men. This is part of this twin theme going on here, with the twin towers and the twin earthquakes and the twin players in the World Cup. There's multiple world twins in the World Cup. There were the two players that emerged with Madonna in the halftime show from Brazil, former players, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Madonna and Shakira in the halftime show was another twin symbolism. We had the two 19-year-olds playing for Spain, and we had Lamal and Messi being like twins, as I already explained. Okay, now the reason why this 115 months is astounding and why there's an exclamation mark here is because of the pattern that God has established regarding this number, because of Amos chapter 1, which has 15 verses. The agent that first signed Simon and Garfunkel was Wally Amos, the founder of Famous Amos Cookies, the biggest cookie company in America. And he lured Simon and Garfunkel into his office with a box of cookies. Okay, and so Famous Amos. Okay, so Amos chapter 1 with 15 verses. In it is a repeating Jewish idiom or Hebrew idiom, and Paul Simon is Jewish. The idiom is for 3 transgressions and for 4, which is an idiom that means the limit of transgressions has been reached and is now overflowing, and so judgment must commence. Paul and Garfunkel's first album was Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., after they signed with Famous Amos, as in the Famous Amos Prophet. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Wednesday is the 4th day of the week. That gives us a 4 and a 3. For 3 transgressions and for 4. Paul Simon's prophetic dream that instructed him through a voice to make the album and name it 7 Psalms was on the date 1/15, January 15th. In interviews, he shows the interviewer the framed paper that he wrote on after he received the dream. Paul Simon's predicted to fall 7 days after this World Cup, in which only one goal was scored by player number 7. But I'm jumping ahead. So now Paul Simon, the name is, like I said, Paul and Simon, because Peter was Simon before he was renamed Peter by Jesus. So Paul Simon represents the 2 fishers of men. That's why it's interesting, of course, not just interesting, but prophetic, that Paul Simon famously dated Carrie Fisher. All right? Now, kings. A king in the Bible is symbolized by 30 years. Fishermen as boats. John Vinegard, the Fisher King, born on December 10th, 1996, exactly 30 years before it is predicted that U.S. boats, warships, will be sunk. And America is the nation of fishers of men that God set up to spread the gospel around the world in the 19th and 20th centuries. Through boats, at least before the age of airplanes. Tom Cruise gave an opening monologue. So now we're into the World Cup stuff. Okay, stay tuned, stay with me. Like I said before, if I didn't, this video will get more and more interesting as it goes, because the insights build on themselves to climax into profound discoveries. Don't skip ahead though, because you won't understand it. without the background. So Tom Cruise gave an opening monologue, and furthermore, the whole point is to not just learn the prediction, it's to learn why God is giving these predictions. And that can only be learned through all of the information that God used to tell the prediction. Like I said, it's not for the sake of the prediction. The point of this prediction from God is not for you to go, oh, cool, neat. You were able to know this ahead of time. That's pretty cool. No, that is not the purpose of the prediction. The purpose of the prediction is for God to communicate the extremely important information and knowledge that is controversial through the stories he is telling through the interconnected signs. And the stories is what I'm telling. I'm telling the stories through going through the information. So Tom Cruise gave an opening monologue to the World Cup arena before the players are taking the field. I refuse to use this word. Okay, I'm an American. I'm not going to call it a pitch. It's a field. My friend wrote that. As we gather for one final chapter, let us celebrate a tournament that brought the world together. Let us celebrate each other. This is football. No, it's actually soccer. This is greatness. Let me just, on an aside here, it's not even an aside, it's a very important thing here. This whole World Cup and this world's sport, the world's sport, and its big, once in 4 years tournament taking place in America at the end times here is symbolic of the invasion of America, God's Gentile nation that he set apart from the rest of the world. America is an Israel. It is God's special nation, set apart, holy. That's the Hebrew word meaning. Set apart from the rest of the world. There is a good, symbolic, profound, spiritual reason why Americans don't play soccer and aren't good at soccer. America was never intended to be good at soccer, what the world calls football. It's just symbolism. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate soccer, okay? But it's not the greatest sport ever. Come on. But there's good reason why it's the world's sport. And that's because and symbolically, this is just symbolism. It restricts people from using their hands. They're only allowed to use their feet. They're not allowed to use their hands. They're allowed to use their foreheads, which incidentally hints at the hand and forehead symbolism regarding the mark of the Antichrist, which is another evidence for why football is symbolically the world's sport and not America's sport, because America isn't the world. America is better than the world, or at least it was. It's a good thing that America does not have the values of the world. And the values of the world, which is what we're really talking about, which aren't Judeo-Christian values, are not the values of America, and they're symbolized in the values of the sport of soccer, which restricts someone from using their hands. Because the unique thing about humans that sets them apart from the other animals, besides one of the things, is the ability to use their hands. In other words, soccer is symbolically anti-human. It's against man's nature to not use his hands. It's very awkward. It's not a real... It's an awkward sport to play because you can't use your hands. And there's penalties and stuff if the ball hits your hands and stuff like this. It's anti-human. And that's why it's the world's sport and not America's sport. And so when Tom Cruise calls it football, Tom Cruise being American, saying this in America, he's going with the world. He's adopting the world's values symbolically, spiritually. I mean, literally spiritually, not just like metaphorically spiritually. I mean, this is a symptom of people like Tom Cruise going with the values of the world. Antichrist values. Right? That's what would motivate Tom Cruise to say the word football instead of soccer. Of course, he's speaking to the world, but the fact that the World Cup is being played in the nation where it shouldn't be played is something in itself. It's symbolic in itself. And then Tom Cruise says, this is greatness. No, it's not greatness. This is symbolic of the opposite of greatness. It's symbolic of the invasion of the world and its values into America. Which, by the way, of course, has been the symbolism of the invasion through the southern border wall of security, which ties to the Bible and the walls of security collapsing in God's judgment on ancient Jericho. Before the walls collapsed, trumpets were blown. What's Trump's presidency, his first one and his first election campaign, most known for? The border wall of security. And it was 7 trumpets that were blown. He ran with Trump-Pence, Mike Pence, Trump-Pence, hints at trumpets. He descended the golden escalator exactly 73 weeks, which hints at 3 sets of 7, because, well, it wasn't just 7 trumpets that were blown. It was part of a symbolic 3 sets of 7, because they marched around the walls once per day for 7 days. And then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times and blew 7 trumpets. It was a 3 sets of 7. Trump symbolically descended the golden escalator, like King Jehu descended the stairs of the mountain when he was anointed by God. Trump descended the golden escalator of Trump Tower exactly 73 weeks before he won the election by 77 electoral votes against Hillary, who in this paradigm parallel is symbolic of Jezebel, whom King Jehu went off to defeat. Anyway, that election was, and that was also the day that Benjamin Netanyahu had been in office for exactly 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days. And that day was 73 days, as in 3 sets of 7, before Trump's inauguration, when he was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old in the year ending in 7. God was blowing the trumpet with his inauguration. Okay, and now that day, his inauguration was 7 years, 7 months, and 7 weeks. Or no, 7 years, 7... 7 years, 7 months, and 7 weeks, and 77 days, I think, before the second election. And that day was 77 days before his second inauguration. You get my point. Okay. That's a lot of coincidences of 7, by the way. It's because of the 7 trumpets. Oh, and what's Trump's second term known for? Not so much the border wall of security this time. Oh, and by the way, of course, the border wall of security collapsed after Trump left office. And that was when the invasion happened. But in the second term, we have the same theme going on, but this time it's not the border wall, it's not the physical wall, it's the tariffs, which is about the border wall of security. And of course, been a myriad of signs regarding the tariffs, regarding this theme and symbolism. All right. Now, so Trumpet was responsible for bringing the World Cup into America. It was a trumpeting of the invasion, like the Book of Jericho, when the Israelites invaded Jericho after the walls of security collapsed. Trump has been trumpeting, but he doesn't know this, of course. God has been using Trump to trumpet the collapse of America's walls of security, which is thus symbolized by the World Cup being played by the invaders symbolically all over in all of the cities of America. With the halftime show and its theme of the rainbow colors and all this. There's lots. Trust me. Stay tuned for all of this video, because I'll be getting into what happened in the halftime show. It's truly amazing. So, but that's the symbolism with the World Cup. Okay, so that's why. Let us celebrate together each other. Celebrate each other? What's that about? That's not biblical. Let us celebrate each other? Don't you mean let us repent together? Isn't this the opposite of Christian values? Let us celebrate each other? Because in the Bible, pride is the root of sin. Celebrate each other for what? Exactly. For just being? Well, if you are an Antichrist spirit, if you've got a worldview that is Antichrist, you will believe, like the left does, which is Antichrist, that people are inherently good. And I guess that would be the underlying meaning here of let us celebrate each other. What are we celebrating, and why are we celebrating each other? Let us repent together. Let us celebrate the tournament that brought the world together. This is the spirit of the Tower of Babel coming together, bringing the world together without God in this sort of quote unquote celebration. This is Tower of Babel symbolism. As we gather for one final chapter, Tom Cruise says, is he not referring to the 11th chapter of the book of Genesis and the coming together of the world's people and the attempt to build a tower to heaven without God through technology, through their own innovation, etc.? In fact, one of the cities that hosted the World Cup games was Toronto, which is the Tower of Babel city in God's signs. I mean, literally is the Tower of Babel city because the peoples of Toronto speak a myriad of different languages from all over the world. I mean, it is not a Canadian city, whatever that means anymore, because there's no such thing as Canada. As Prime Minister Trudeau said, Canada is the first post-national country. It isn't a country. It's just a place where the world's people have gathered together, especially in Toronto, the Tower of Babel city. And why did that happen to Canada? Because its elite rejected Christianity. And when Christianity is rejected by the elites, in the vacuum comes the world's values and the world. It's the invasion. Not, or any longer, the Judeo-Christian values that set apart Canada to make it the desirable place for people to come to in the first place. Okay. And so the final, and I'll give you more evidence that we're talking about chapter 11 here, because this game where Tom Cruise is speaking from is right near New York City. And as I'll be explaining, and I have already explained somewhat through Lionel Messi and him entering the tournament, for example, with 911 goals, it hints at 9/11, which occurred in New York City, which brought down the World Trade Center towers. The first plane was Flight 11. It had a crew of 11. The towers looked like a giant 11. In New York State, the 11th state to join the Union, New York City is made up of 11 letters. This is the Tower of Babel story in Genesis chapter 11. Also, as I've explained many times, the towers are symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, transhumanism technology, which is what the Tower of Babel is a metaphor for. The attempt to reach God, which is the attempt to reach eternal life without God, through transhumanism technology, which the elites are trying to do. How is that? How are they doing that? They think they can conquer death through the genetic code, which is what the two towers symbolize. Exactly. Okay, so in the Bible, the most important prophecy is the 70 weeks prophecy regarding the arrival of the Messiah and the end times. Exactly 70 weeks after the Twin Towers officially opened, Philip Petit of France, as in Pope Francis, walked across, evaded security, and walked across the Twin Towers on a tightrope. And by doing so, engendered a cross with a man at the center. In scientific terminology, the two chromosomes have two arms, and the smaller of the two arms is called the petite arm. Philippe Petit, French for small. But the arm isn't called small, it's actually called petite, which is French for small. So the two towers are symbolic of the two arms, these chromosomes that have two arms, but they come in pairs also. But and to further this story here, to conclude, or to rather to really drive this home, is what the towers were replaced with, which was the One World Tower. And if you go look at it again, you can clearly see that it is in the shape of a VACCINE needle. It is an injection needle. Clearly. All right. All right, so we really got off track there. But I guess that was good because we're getting the sense of what this World Cup really is symbolic of, right? Which is why Tom Cruise said these anti-Christian things. As we gather for one final chapter, let us celebrate a tournament that brought the world together. Let us celebrate each other. See, those who don't know the Bible are scratching their heads. What are you talking about? This is beautiful language that Tom Cruise is using. But it's the opposite. Everything is the opposite. To those who don't know Christ, everything that Christ stands for, they are against, and everything that is anti-biblical, they are for. And they don't even know it. They think that they're on the right side. They think they are righteous. It's astounding how deceived people are, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. And so therefore God sends them a strong delusion so that they may believe what is false and be condemned. Because, speaking of this theme of twos and twins, the prerogative of God, again, more opposite to how most the world thinks. The prerogative of God, God's plan, is to divide. We have talk of this unity nonsense here. God's plan is division. Jesus said, "Do not think I came to bring peace and unity. I came to bring division by the sword." These are his words. Do not think I came to bring unity and peace. I came to bring division. God's plan is to divide. His whole plan is to divide the sheep from the goats. It's a weeding out. It's a test. It's a division. We get to choose which way we want to go, with the truth or with what feels right, what the world is telling us is true, what the world tells us is right and good and pure, as opposed to what really is right and pure and good. If you just want to go with the world and these ideas that feel good, that are also in very much so in a way feminine. The spirit of Antichrist and Satan is feminine, which is why more women are deceived than men, especially single women. If you have that worldliness and you like the way this sounds, and that feeling of let us celebrate each other, that's the opposite of going with the truth and God's ways. You're going with the world's ways instead of God's ways. And so that to the deceived will seem like quote unquote greatness, as Cruise said here. Okay, so Tom Cruise repeated this phrase, let us celebrate each other, let us celebrate a tournament. So what's interesting though is that at this very time was, especially on the exact date, it was in the news, one of the top stories was about lettuce. Lettuce from where? Mexico. That's right. The other side of the border wall of security. Exactly what I've been saying. This symbolism of exactly what I've been saying. Mexico symbolizes the other border wall of security. Oh, and by the way, what's something very interesting? If you look at a map of the geography of Mexico, it is a shofar horn. The Yucatan Peninsula is the mouthpiece for the shofar horn, which was the trumpet that was used in the book of Joshua in the Bible. The 7 trumpets. They were shofar horns. Horns from sheep. The mountain sheep, right? It's a shofar horn. And it's on the border wall of security. God's Gentile nation. Okay? And so in the news, not only was Mexico in the news because of the lettuce, but it was negative. It was an invasion of tainted, it was symbolically an invasion, but it was tainted lettuce, but it was symbolic of the invasion of America. But this lettuce, in other words, here's something for you. The word lettuce, as in the thing we eat, was all along designed for this very sign that I'm talking about in this video. Yeah, that's quite the statement. But it's true. God designed the word lettuce because of this sign at the climax of the age involving the World Cup, the last World Cup to be played, that is being played or was played in America. That's the reason why the word lettuce is the word lettuce. Because it hints at let us. And it's exactly what I was saying here because of the repeating phrase of let us in the Tower of Babel story. So I wrote it here. I just copied and pasted, but why not just read it? The Tower of Babel. Genesis chapter 11. Now the whole earth had one language and the same words. And as people migrated from the east, by the way, the invasion from the east is symbolic of the invasion, right? Because Israel was invaded from the east, right? Well, anyway, that's the symbolism in the Bible. Anyway, as the people migrated from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. So in the halftime show, it was Shakira, which is what's hinted at with the plain of Shinar. I'll get more into that in a second, though. And they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly." This is their technology of the day, their advanced technology of the day, the ability to make these bricks and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens." Okay? It's all symbolism, trying to reach God in the heavens without God through their technology. And let us make a name for ourselves. I should say, let us make a name for ourselves That's like, let us celebrate each other, with when Tom Cruise said that, right? Let us make a name for ourselves. Let us celebrate each other, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower with the children of man, which the children of man had built. And the Lord said, behold, they are one people, and they have all one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose will now be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and there confuse their language, so that they may not understand one each-other's speech. So the Lord dispersed them from there over the face of the earth, and they left off building the city. They were unsuccessful in completing the city, because they cannot reach God without God. Therefore, its name was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. And from there the Lord dispersed them over the face of all the earth. All right, now, whether you believe this story is literal or not, I tend to think no. I mean, there was an actual Babylon, and no doubt people came together, but I don't personally think that every single human being on the face of the earth came together. And then this is the literal origin of languages. And before that, everyone spoke the same language. No. But the story is metaphorically true. It's metaphorically truth. As people migrated from the east, America was made up of a migration from the east. A city and a tower, New York City, Toronto especially, with its CN Tower. I forgot to mention that. It is the Tower City, right? Toronto, it's not just the Tower of Babel City, because it does have this tower, the CN Tower. The whole earth had one language and the same words. World Cup. The Lord dispersed them over the face of the earth. World Cup. Also, the games were dispersed over the face of the earth of America. Tom Cruise gives us TC 20 and 3. This was the 23rd World Cup. Tower of Babel is symbolic of transhumanism technology, which again, in our time, the modern version of the Tower of Babel will be the attempt to reach immortality without God through the 23 pairs of chromosomes, as in 23rd World Cup. The tainted lettuce is from Mexico, which equals the world, symbolically. The world outside of America, God's Gentile nation. Mexico equals the other side of the border wall of security of America. Aha, the World Cup symbolizes the world's invasion of God's nation. Trumpet equals the trumpets of Jericho. Soccer is anti-human symbolism, like I already explained, because it doesn't use hands. No hands and use of a forehead hints at Revelation 13:16 about the mark of the Antichrist, which will alter people's, or has altered people's 23 pairs of chromosomes. The play of World Cup games in various cities across America and Canada is symbolic of invasion throughout the land. Various cities all over the map. Various cities include Toronto and New York City, with the world's sport being, with the quote-unquote world sport. This is all Babel symbolism. The Shakira song, Die Die, which is what was sung in the halftime show, gives us DD and 4-4, 44th president. There's lots more to that, but I'm not going to get into it right here. The lyrics of the song are from different languages. Well, the four corners of the earth, for one thing. Tower of Babel, okay? That's the lyrics of her song, okay? She's like perfect for this halftime show for the World Cup because she's like Mrs. World or Miss World, right? She like represents the world. I mean, not even because of the World Cup. She just does. She's not from America. She doesn't speak good English, or she doesn't have like, from what I recall, she didn't have the best English when she began. I don't know if she speaks good English now, but when she was young and she just became famous, she didn't. And, you know, her English songs, her songs were in English and Spanish, you know, and you could clearly hear from the way she sung in English was that she was really, you know, exaggerating the sounds to make it sound English. Okay. So, but she represents the world. Die hint at the die of the masses of the world. The pitch or field with Shakira's song. Okay, that's the plain of Shinar. Shakira, Shinar. That's where the Tower of Babel was. And all the people. And as people migrated from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. The match began at 3:07 p.m. This is important, and I'll explain more later. Lamine Yamal had 2 goal attempts in the 4th minute. Lionel Messi had his first touch of the ball in the 4th minute, another 4-4. At minute 9, the 44th president was inaugurated in 09. Donald Trump, or the broadcast showed Donald Trump and Melania in attendance in a press box, sitting with the FIFA president Infantino. FIFA is equal to 22. F, 6th letter, I, 9th letter, etc., equals 22, which in God's signs is symbolic of the mark. Tino hints at infinity and eternal life, which is what the mark of the Antichrist will promise people. Minute 9 hints at Ezekiel chapter 9, which describes the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist, which would have been a Tav mark, which is the 22nd letter in the Hebrew alphabet, which again equals FIFA. President of the US and president of FIFA hints at 2 antichrists, 2 leaders of the world. The world's sport, no hands, no use of forehead, hints at Revelation 13:16, which describes people taking the mark of the Antichrist on the hand or the forehead. But it is specifically the right hand, and that's because it is a metaphor. It's not literal. For those that are expecting the mark to be placed on the right hand, it says not only that, it says the right hand or the forehead. So why would people have a choice? Do people have a choice? Oh, I think I'll take the mark on the forehead. And then the next guy chooses his hand. I mean, no, it's all a metaphor. The right hand symbolizes one's actions, and the forehead symbolizes one's thoughts. It is the first time a team has started 2 teenagers in a World Cup final. Spain, number 19, Lamine Yamal, 19 years old, and number 22, Pau Cubarsí, 19 years old. Okay, so there's 2 of these players 19 years old. Part of this theme of the twos and twin theme, right? I explained this earlier. Okay, but one of these 2 is Po, I don't know how you pronounce it, Cubarsí. Okay, and he's born on January 22nd, 2007. Cubarsí hints at cube. Trump, Infantino in the press box is a cube. By the way, FIFA is 4 letters. That's also like, cube, right? And cube is hinting at the self-assembling parts in the mark of the Antichrist, the INJECTION. Okay, these get injected into people, and then they self-assemble. And God is using this symbolism, this metaphor of a cube for this. It goes back to the first assembling robots, which were like these cubes, like, quite a number of years ago. But it's clear in God's signs. For example, at ground zero, the hollowed ground of ground zero, 9/11, because Revelation 9/11 is symbolic of people getting demonically possessed through the mark of the Antichrist. That's what Revelation 9/11 is about. And that's what's pointed to through ground zero, one thing. And at the ground zero, we have the memorial, but they, for whatever reason, well, we know the reason, it's spiritual, like everything, they wanted to put a modern art theater at ground zero. Right there. Right next to the place where you go and commemorate, have a moment of silence, right? Right next to where the tower stood is this theater. It's called the Perelman Performing Arts Center, or the PAC, which is what is hinted at with the word PAU, P-A-U. And Perelman, okay? So PAU hints at PAC or Perelman. PAU Kubarsi. The PAC is a cube theater. The Performing Arts Center, the Perelman Performing Arts Center, is a cube, literally. But not only that, what it is known for is its ability to transform into multiple different shapes inside the cube. The theater can rearrange itself to make itself into all different kinds of versions of spaces where people can watch a play or something. So, in other words, again, the insides of this cube are self-assembling, if you will. They assemble and reassemble and reassemble into different formats, different formations. That's exactly what's being hinted at. It's also part of this prophetic sign in which God used the movie Hellraiser, in which the plot involves this assembling, transforming cube, which is like, through this cube, the gate to hell. Hellraiser is at ground zero, which is interesting because Revelation 9:11 is about the raising of hell. In Revelation chapter 9, the pits of hell are opened, and out of which comes a King Apollyon, Revelation 9:11, King Apollyon and his fallen angels. And in the movie Hellraiser, which in the promotional poster for one, I think it's part 2, which was released, I think that one was released on the date 9/11, before 9/11, is an image of the Twin Towers, which, as I said earlier and explained earlier, is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. It's a good thing I explained that earlier, because now it fits what I've just been saying here. Because people will become demonically possessed after having taken the mark, which will have components in it that will self-assemble, which is symbolized by these cubes, especially this cube theater that reassembles and, transforms itself through these rotating smaller parts. That's why the player here, who's number 19, Paul Kubarsi, Kubarsi, as in cube, as in the PAC at the ground zero. Now again, Paul Kubarsi is 22, which symbolizes the mark, but his teammate, who's also the other 19-year-old, Lamine Jamal, wears number 19. And Lionel Messi bathed him when he was 19 years old for the calendar, which, by the way, represents God's timing, incidentally. That just came to me. And Lionel Messi is in this tournament wearing number 10, whereas Lamine Yamal is wearing number 19. That gives us the 9/11, which connects us to Paul Kubarsi, like I've just explained, which connects us to the cube at ground zero for 9/11. So if you didn't really believe me at first, perhaps now you do. But anyway, the prediction will prove all of the controversial things that I am saying here. And that's the purpose of the prediction that is from God. But I think I've done a decent job now of explaining how it is that, in fact, this player Cubarsi is hinting at the cube at ground zero. And again, the game that Cubarsi played in and the game in which Trump sat in a cube with the president of the FIFA is right near ground zero. It's in New York. Well, New York Stadium. Just across the river, which is completely relevant to 9/11 because the views of the attack, many of them were from just across the river. So anyway, you know what? New Jersey is the third state. And when you want to say something is cubed, when you want to say something that multiplies 3 times, you know what I mean? Like 9 times 9 times 9, right? Is 27. Well, another way to say it is 9 cubed. All right. Now, the center opened on September 15th, 2023. It cost $560 million. On 9/11, it was 56 passengers in the second plane. This opening of Ground Zero was 56 months exactly after Paul Simon had his prophetic dream that instructed him with a prophetic voice to make the album 7 Psalms. And Paul Simon is associated with and symbolizes 9/11. He cold opened the first broadcast of 9/11 of Saturday Night Live. The first broadcast of Saturday Night Live after 9/11 was cold opened like no other opening at all, other than immediately Paul Simon performing The Boxer. In other words, this is huge, right? Because as everyone knows, Saturday Night Live is broadcast from Manhattan. It's Saturday Night Live, live from New York. Well, the show went on. The show must go on. The show went on right after 9/11, 4 days after 9/11, incidentally, for 3 transgressions and for 4. Again, the dream on the date, 115, hints at for 3 transgressions and the 4, and 4 symbolizes exceeding the tolerable limit of transgression against God, and then judgment, right? That's the idiom, like I explained. So Simon opened the broadcast 4 days after 9/11. Simon symbolizes 9/11. He also performed at the 10-year anniversary at Ground Zero. The Roman numeral for 10 is X, and in God's signs, X is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. It is the Tav mark, the 22nd letter, and again, Paul Cubarsi is number 22. Okay. Now, this dream that Paul Simon had regarding making the 7 Psalms album, his most recent one, is 90 months and 11 days before it is predicted that Paul Simon is predicted to fall and injure his head. Now, the injury of his head will symbolize what we're talking about here, which is this demonic possession of people who have taken the mark of the Antichrist after these things migrate to their brains and self-assemble like these cubes to make these transistors that pick up frequencies, which is what music is, that will then engender delta brainwaves in people's brains. This is why Paul Simon's 7th solo album, again, 7 Psalms, his most recent album, but his 7th and best-selling album is Graceland, about a mansion, which hints at the inhabitation, in other words, demonic possession of people's bodies, the mansion of the king of rock and roll, as in King Apollyon, who rises from the pit in Revelation 9:11. In the 4 times fourth state, as in 4 days after 9:11, and for 3 transgressions and for 4, as in the number 4 being the the 4th letter of the Hebrew alphabet being the symbol for a door. The lyric, the famous first lyric of the song Graceland, is, "The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar." Right? That's how the song opens. And this is the song Graceland from the album Graceland, which, as I'm explaining, is prophetic. The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar. The first symbolic lyric that everyone knows. Mississippi is the 9 plus 11th state to join the Union. Like I'm saying, it is delta frequencies that will facilitate demonic possession through people's brains, which is why Paul Simon will fall and hit his head and then go into a vegetative state. Elvis Presley died from his fall and head injury, although people don't really know that. They think that he died from the drug intake that he was doing, but that was really a symptom of him coping with the head injury that he had received a decade prior in his mansion in Los Angeles, which in God's signs is symbolic of fallen angels, as in King Apollyon, as in the king of rock and roll. Okay? And so Paul Simon, who sang about Elvis's mansion, will also fall and injure his head. Now, Paul Simon performed at Jimmy Carter's inaugural ball in 1977. 77 is 7 times 11. The flood judgment began in Genesis 7:11, and the flood judgment came as a result of fallen angels. Long story short. Fallen angels that corrupted the DNA of men. See, when the DNA is corrupted, God must destroy it because they no longer are his plan. It's an abomination to alter one's DNA. You cannot do that. You don't have the permission to alter the DNA that God created and then pass down that DNA to subsequent generations, etc. That doesn't work with God. It's the same as you cannot change the Bible, add in your own this or that and then print out your own Bible. You can't do that without suffering consequences. So in the inaugural ball that Simon performed at was on the date 1/19, January 19th, which hints at Revelation 9:11 and 9:11. And in the song that he performed was American Tune, which is about America. In the song, he sang about Apollo 11. He sang about ships. He sang about the Mayflower ship, and he sang about Apollo 11. He sang about Apollo 11 9 days, as in Revelation 9:11, before Stephen King, as in King Apollyon in Revelation 9:11, published his book, The Shining. The Shining is about demonic possession. The movie The Shining is very important in God's signs, in fact. Okay, so Paul Simon famously dated Shelley Duvall, whom he met while filming the movie Annie Hall, as in Mansion. And by the way, the plot of the movie is about the hotel, the huge hotel, which is symbolic of a mansion, which, like I said, is symbolic of demons dwelling in the body, the habitation. So Shelley Duvall and Paul Simon famously dated, and he famously broke up with her at the airport, as in portal, that will be opened with the key, as in music keys that he uses to compose music with, to the bottomless pit, as described in the book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 11, symbolized by Revelation 9:11. He broke up with her at the airport before she got on the plane to the UK to film the movie The Shining. The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar. One thing before we move on is that also, speaking of 9/11 and Apollo 11, this is the reason why it was two planes that struck the two towers 17 minutes apart. The moon symbolizes Christ. It is a giant rock, and in the Bible, rock is symbolism for Jesus. The sun symbolizes God the Father, and the sun's light is too bright for us to gaze at, but we can gaze at the sun's light reflected off the moon. Which is why in the Bible, watching for the timing of the moon is important and is symbolic of watching for the timing of the Lord's return through moon signs. The first time that an American, God's Gentile nation, went to the moon was Apollo 11. The last time that an American departed the moon was Apollo 17. The two space shuttle disasters, which replaced the Apollo missions, were almost exactly 17 years apart. They are commemorated on the same day every year because of this. This is why the two planes struck the two towers 17 minutes apart. The last departure of an American from the moon symbolizes America's departure from Christ, which is what God communicated with two planes 17 minutes apart. Apollo 17. He will be communicating this again through Paul Simon. Because again, Paul Simon is symbolic of 9/11. He opened the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live after 9/11. And he performed at the memorial on the 10th anniversary. Paul Simon and Garfunkel's hit song America was released on their fourth album. Paul Simon performed 4 days after 9/11. The fourth album is called Bookends. The song America is on the album Bookends. On Paul Simon's fourth solo album, which is why he had a solo career, one reason is for God to demonstrate exactly what I'm saying right now. On Paul Simon's fourth solo album is the song Slip Slidin' Away. Paul Simon is predicted to slip, slide, and fall and hit his head. When he does, and then go into a vegetative state, which will symbolize Revelation 8:1, which describes the period of the sound of silence observed in heaven. Paul Simon's first hit that launched his career was Sound of Silence. The sound of silence in heaven is then followed by the 7 trumpets of judgment on the world, as in Paul Simon's 7 Psalms album. One of those trumpet judgments speaks of the destruction of a third of the ships The whole book of Revelation is just allegory. It's symbolism. There are those that say America isn't in Bible prophecy, but they couldn't be more wrong, as the ships symbolize America. The ships that are destroyed after the sound of silence is symbolic of America. I'll try to explain that briefly. Ancient Tyre in the book of Isaiah, chapter 23, symbolizes America. So that's one way in which America is in the Bible, because ancient Tyre is in the Bible for the purpose of symbolizing God's greatest nation in history, America, his Gentile nation. But Tyre was a very powerful and strong city-state that could not be conquered because it was protected by natural ocean surrounding it. It was naturally protected by the ocean surrounding it. It wasn't until Alexander the Great built a causeway over to the island and invaded it, which is symbolic of the invasion going on right now of America, the symbolism. Now, in this description of ancient Tyre, there's mention of also destruction and judgment for Tarshish. And Tarshish is referred to with this idiom, the ships of Tarshish. There's all kinds of evidence that Tarshish is Great Britain. Independent, secular evidence that Tarshish, being referred to in the Bible, was in fact referring to Great Britain. Great Britain, like America and like ancient Tyre, God set apart intentionally for his purposes, set apart Great Britain from the rest of Europe to be set apart, which is the Hebrew word for that is holy. He set apart the UK and it became powerful. It was the empire on which the sun never set, and its power came through its ships, its navy and merchant ships, the ships of Tarshish. That's Great Britain. In this chapter, Isaiah chapter 23, speaks of the daughter of Tarshish. What nation do you know of that had a daughter? Great Britain had a daughter. It's called America. And like Great Britain, its power and world dominance is through its ships. Isaiah 23 is a parallel with Revelation chapter 8, or vice versa. This is why, for example, on the date 8/23 was the Washington, D.C. earthquake that did $34 million in damages to the National Cathedral, otherwise known as America's spiritual home. 34 million hints at for 3 transgressions and for 4. 34 is also 2 times 17, as in 2 times planes, 2 planes 17 minutes apart on 9/11. Now, coming back full circle here, Paul Simon and 9/11 was the big warning for America to repent and turn back to God, or else judgment, destruction, which is what's communicated in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 11, which is what God pointed to through the events of 9/11. And just for example, in every 365-day Bible, Bible divided into readings for every day of the year, the reading on September 11th includes Isaiah 9:11. It speaks of the bricks have fallen, but we will rebuild. The trees have been uprooted, we will replant. The sycamore tree was the exact tree that saved the chapel at Ground Zero, the only building that survived. Today there's a 20-foot high bronze statue of the sycamore tree, the 70-year-old sycamore tree that saved the chapel from destruction, and it didn't even suffer a broken window because of the tree. Isaiah 9:11, the sycamore trees have been uprooted. Anyway, I'm just going off now, but that chapel is where the first president, after his inauguration on Wall Street, marched down and then consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings, which it temporarily did on 9/11. And through the events of 9/11, God pointed to this chapel in order to point to George Washington and what he did in that chapel at the founding of the nation. And where he was inaugurated, Federal Hall on Wall Street, the foundation of it was cracked from the earthquake, from the towers collapsing, as in symbolically the foundation of America being cracked, its foundation in God. So 9/11 was the big warning of judgment, and Paul Simon is associated with 9/11. And when Paul Simon falls and goes into a vegetative state, it will be symbolic of the sound of silence in heaven. Slip, Slide, and Away was from the fourth album. America is from the fourth album with Garfunkel. That album is called Bookends. And so, in other words, what I'm saying is that when Paul Simon falls and injures his head, it will be the bookend for the opportunity that America has had to repent and turn back to God that has slidden away. It'll be closure to that window of opportunity, the bookend. Slip, Slide, and Away. Fourth album, America. Fourth Garfunkel album, Paul Simon, 4 days after 9/11. For 3 transgressions and for 4, as in judgment. All right, so let's continue here now. Back to what we were talking about here. Paul Kubarsi, born on the date 122, which hints at Pope Francis. The name Pope Francis is equal to 122 in simple English gematria. Paul Kubarsi, all right, born on this date, number 22, is exactly, the birth date is exactly 266 months to the predicted Mary apparition. All right, that confirms everything because Pope Francis is the 266th Pope. We already know about this date for sure from many other reasons and ways. So March 22nd, 2029 is the date of the predicted massive Mary apparition on the beach in Rio de Janeiro, which will be a demon pretending to be Mary, as have all Mary apparitions been in all of history. Demons pretending to be Mary to fool the gullible, which is the majority of Catholics, or basically all Catholics, because all Catholics subscribe to this nonsense about Mary. And that's because most Catholics, anyway, don't know much about the Bible at all. It's like a superstition for them. And that's why in Catholicism, really the big or the main reason for people believing in their religion is their constant encounters with the supernatural. But as 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 tells us, people get the deception they ask for. They aren't the only people of other religions that are being fooled by demons with supernatural experiences that make them, or have designed to have them believe that it's confirmation of their religion or their worldview. I mean, New Agers are constantly also having supernatural, quote unquote, spiritual experiences that are in fact, in truth, encounters with the demons, including the supernatural highs people get from yoga and meditation. I know firsthand from in my early 20s. Okay, and again, I want to be very clear. The reason why God has given me a voice through these predictions is to prove what I am saying. There is no debate about anything that I am saying. Zero. To not appreciate this is to not appreciate the purpose of this prediction. In fact, you might as well turn off the video now. You are wasting your time. But this is an amazing thing that confirms everything, because this Paul Kubarsi was born exactly 266 months before this great Roman Catholic thing that's going to happen when the demon pretends to be Mary on the beach in Rio. This is also 22 years and 2 months exactly, which ends at number 22, which is Paul Kubarsi's number. And again, number 22, or 22 is symbolic of the mark. The reason for the Mary apparition is because of Genesis 3:22. Oh, sorry, the reason for the date 3:22 in the Mary apparition is because of Genesis 3:22, which is the verse that symbolizes what will be promised with the mark of the Antichrist, which is eternal life. Because the big lie at the beginning of the age, told by the serpent to Eve in the garden, was that she shall surely not die. And that is the big lie at the end of the age as well. Now, the Mary apparition will be 41 days. The word key is equal to 41 in Simple English Gematria, to the date Pope Francis is predicted to be resurrected from the dead through demonic power. All right. And the keys symbolize the Vatican. And it is a key that will open the bottomless pit to the demons pretending to be Mary and aliens, etc. The aliens will claim that Pope Francis is their ambassador for the world. Now, this birth date of Paul Kubarsi is exactly the 41st prime number of months before the movie The Matrix, Matrix 4, was released. The Matrix movie takes place in San Francisco. The name San Francisco is also equal to 122 in Simple English Gematria, as is Pope Francis, as in Francisco. Also, San Francisco is located on the 122nd meridian line, which is interesting because of the matrix, because the meridian lines make up a matrix over the world, on the world map. And the movie The Matrix takes place in San Francisco. Matrix Resurrections hints at the resurrection of Pope Francis. 41 months hints at Pope Francis because keys symbolize the Vatican, and 41 equals key. Okay, and so, although I don't have it here, the movie The Matrix and its release connects to the resurrection of Pope Francis. And I forget what that is. That's neither here nor there in a way right now. Okay. Another thing, though, is that December 22nd, 2021, the release date of the movie The Matrix, is exactly 87 months to the predicted Mary apparition. And that hints at Pope Francis also because on his 87th birthday, lightning struck St. Peter, the statue of St. Peter in Buenos Aires, Argentina, which is where Pope Francis is from. And popes are supposedly descendants of Peter, which is why Catholics claim they have the authority through popes to create man-made religion on top of the Bible, as opposed to only going with the Bible. This is Catholicism. Catholicism is a tradition in which popes have the authority to make up religion as it goes. Protestants don't subscribe to that. Catholics think popes have that authority because they claim that these popes are descended from Peter, which is ridiculous. For one thing, Peter was never in Rome. There's zero evidence that Peter was in Rome. In fact, there's evidence that he wasn't in Rome. One of the books, or one of the letters he wrote at the end, addressed the people in Babylon, which he used as a metaphor for Rome. And we know he was talking about Rome, and he called it Babylon. Babylon is a metaphor for pagan religion, which is what Rome is. And when Rome converted to Christianity, it didn't do away with its pagan religion. It just repackaged it into a wrapper that makes it look like Christianity. It redid the fertility goddess worship of Ishtar, Aphrodite, Isis, etc., and turned it into Mary, for example. Anyway, Pope Francis is from Argentina. The St. Peter statue symbolizes the Pope. And on the 87th birthday, the lightning struck the hand of the statue and knocked the hand and the keys that were in the hand off the statue. And the keys symbolize the Vatican. In May of 2024, Pope Francis declared that the Pope has the sole authority to affirm supernatural phenomena such as Mary apparitions. There's coming Mary apparition that the Pope will be talking about, obviously. Rio, incidentally, is on the same coast as Buenos Aires, where the statue of the keys were knocked out on the 87th birthday. So, okay, so we get the idea here. Now, on February 25th, 2025, Cubarsí headed in his first goal for Barcelona in a Copa del Rey semifinal against Madrid, which ended in a 4-4 draw. All right. Cubarsí equals 4. 4-4 draw, first goal, cube 4, Now, Lawrence Fishburne, the actor from the movie Matrix, performed a solo stage show titled Like They Do It in the Movies at the Performing Arts Center, the Perelman Performing Arts Center, after it first opened, shortly after. That's amazing. Because, of course, this movie, this cube again transforms itself. It's a little bit like a Matrix, but Lawrence Fishburne, the star of the movie, had a show, which was just him, called Like They Do It in the Movies. In other words, it was a prophetic reference to the movie The Matrix. He played the Morpheus character, which was a type for John the Baptist. If you didn't know, The Matrix is a parallel with the gospel. All right. Now, March 20, let's see. So the date of the official opening of Lawrence Fishburne's show was 850 days before the World Cup final, which was a big ritual. 850 days hints at the 850 false prophets on Mount Carmel that the prophet Elijah battled. All right. And that's why Pope Francis was elected, incidentally, exactly 85 years after the St. Francis Dam collapsed in Los Angeles, as in Fallen Angels. Exactly 85 years. It also hints at the 5th through 8th Kings prophecy in the book of Revelation that identifies Pope Francis as the Antichrist. Now, the last show of Lawrence Fishburne's show, there's a typo here. One of these, the last show is on the 31st, not the 21st. This is 120 weeks. Exactly. 120 years was the period of time in the flood before the flood began in the book of Genesis. So 120 weeks, which is also 40 plus 40 plus 40 weeks, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, to the Cubarsí game. Cubarsí, okay? Cube 4. And again, this cube show here, right, connects with 40 plus 40 plus 40 weeks to Cubarsí in the World Cup final here. And again, he was relevant because of what I just said. And one of the reasons is that he was one of the 2 players that were 19 years old, and 19 is the 4 plus 4th prime number. The psychic medium, with a social media following of 23 million followers, supposedly predicted there would be a portal opened at the June 24th match between Brazil and Scotland. That was the day of the earthquakes. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that she did or didn't have an experience with demons. She probably did. Either way, God knows about it, and it's part of the signs. She has a following of 23 million. And let's see. Okay, so the date of the final was 25 days after the supposed match that was predicted by the psychic. Well, obviously, the event didn't happen. So, I mean, whether she's tormented by demons or not is completely irrelevant. But what is relevant is the news story, which God can use. And so the news story is about extraterrestrials arriving at a World Cup soccer game. Well, the demons pretending to be aliens will arrive upon the world, and it'll be a world event like the World Cup. This is perfect symbolism. Furthermore, the date that she predicted was the day of the prophetic earthquakes that pointed to the World Cup. Now, the World Cup was 25 days later, and the word pi is equal to 25 in simple English gematria. My friend wrote this, and I'm not sure why this is relevant. So just ignore this part for now. Okay, I think the 25 is relevant. So here's what I wrote. The Brazilian-Scotland match with the 23 million followers, with the demonically connected psychic, quote unquote, on the day of the two messy earthquakes near Caracas, which hints at Carcass. I'll explain that later. With the two earthquakes that were 3 times 13 seconds apart on Lionel Messi's 3 times 13th birthday, as in Pope Francis elected on the date 3/13. Okay, they were 25 days to the World Cup, in which Lionel Messi finished second place, and Spain won its second World Cup. And like I explained elsewhere, it all pointed to Psalm chapter 2, which talks about the world. All right, and it's the 23rd World Cup. She has 23 million followers. And that day in turn is 7 days, and the only goal in the game was by player number 7. It's 7 days to the prediction for Paul Simon, whose recent album is 7 Psalms. And here's the thing. This July 26th date prediction for Paul Simon is 970 days before the predicted Mary apparition, which is essentially what she was predicting, over Brazil. And she was predicting it for the game with Brazil. That's it. Okay, so this is extremely relevant. That's why I wrote it in bold. Okay. 970 days to the predicted Mary apparition in the beach in Rio. And 97 is the 25th prime number. So we have this 25th prime number of days connection here that parallels this 25 days from the Brazil game to the final, which connects to Paul Simon, which connects with the 25th prime number of days to the predicted Mary apparition. The reason why all this is relevant is because 25 is 5 times 5, or 5 squared, or whatever, and that hints at the 5th trumpet, which is about the coming demonic possession when the bottomless pit is opened to the demons pretending to be Mary and aliens. Okay? The halftime score was 0-0. Halftime show began in a purple tunnel with a large double door opening to Madonna on a DJ table singing music. Madonna then got on a race car loaded with fans driving through the purple tunnel. The legendary Brazil players Ronaldinho and Ronaldo were driving the car while Madonna sat elevated between them. The only person wearing a visible jersey is number 22. Okay. It's actually not true. My friend here is writing as he's watching it. Okay. Now, music equals frequencies equals delta brainwaves. The chorus, music makes the people come together. This is more along the lines of the symbolism that I spoke of earlier about this theme of the World Cup being Tower of Babel symbolism. Okay? The whole halftime show began with Madonna's lyric. The first lyric is, music makes the people come together. Right? And, well, yeah, they're coming together in a Tower of Babel. And through the technology to build the tower, it's a metaphor for the mark of the Antichrist that will promise immortal life but give people demonic possession through the frequencies, through the music and delta brainwaves. All those that took the mark are riding on with the harlot. Oh yeah, before the World Cup, before we knew anything about the World Cup halftime show, other than that Madonna would be performing, the only thing we knew prior to the World Cup halftime show was that Madonna would be performing. And we knew as soon as that was the case, that it would symbolize, and it was a long time before the World Cup, that would be symbolic of the harlot riding the beast in Bible prophecy. Madonna is clearly symbolic of the harlot, and we knew this already years ago. And she is known for her love of horseback riding. And also there are prophetic signs with her riding a bike. This time, although we didn't know it ahead of time, but we predicted basically as much, she opened the halftime show riding something. She was riding this kind of race car thing. She was riding the beast. The metaphor of the harlot riding the beast is the Pope and the Vatican riding the European Union and the political system, the Antichrist system set up by the 10 kings in the prophecy. This is why the literal symbol for the European Union is the goddess Europa riding the bull, the beast. The parliament for the EU, incidentally, is deliberately resembling a ziggurat. The architecture is resembling a ziggurat. The Tower of Babel, that's the type of tower that represents the in art the Tower of Babel, the ancient Babylon type of tower, the ziggurat. That's the shape of the European Union Parliament. My friend wrote, purple is a transformative color. I'm not sure why that is. Anyway, I have my own take, which I think is accurate. Not that this isn't, but just that my take for sure is what God intended, because it aligns with Bible prophecy. The specific Revelation prophecy that I just talked about. As I basically what I'm doing here is I'm reading what my friend wrote, and then I'm going to get into what I wrote. But I'll just jump ahead for now. Purple is representative of Rome. Ancient Rome was known for producing purple cloth, which at the time was very difficult to make. I forget why. It was difficult to attain the dye, or it was expensive to make the dye purple. And Rome exported purple cloth. This is why purple is associated with royalty, and why kings in ancient times wore purple robes, etc. It was because it was considered to be very rich, high class, because it was very expensive. So ancient Rome, anyway, is associated with its production of purple cloth. It was one of the big things that it was known for producing and exporting, which made it wealthy. Okay? And also in Bible prophecy, the harlot wears purple. Okay? That's one way to know that the harlot is Rome and the Pope. All right. Now, after they reached the end of the tunnel, Ronaldinho and Ronaldo walked out with Madonna in the center. On the back of their jumpsuits, Ronaldo had number 9, Madonna had number 10, and Ronaldinho had number 10. So that hinted at 9/11. So they were walking out of the tunnel. The camera was behind them showing the order 9-10-10. That's the order as well in which they're walking. 9/11. Now, there will be those that say, well, this was a ritual by the Satanists or the Illuminati or whatever. I'm here to say, and to prove with the prediction, and that is the point of the prediction, that this is not an Illuminati ritual. This is designed by God. There were no Satanists giving the uniform numbers out to these people ahead of time. And no, the soccer players in Madonna, I mean, maybe Madonna is a Satanist. I have no idea, but there's no reason to believe she is. And I highly doubt the two players are also, if she is. I doubt she is. I mean, it's not necessary for her to be a Satanist. There's no reason to believe that. You get my point. Okay, you get my point. This is a prophetic sign from God. And this is very, very important to appreciate. We need to do away with this new religion that's emerged, the conspiracy theory worldview religion, which many quote-unquote Christians have subscribed to, incidentally, who are currently mixing their religion with the false religion of conspiracy theory. And God hates the mixing of the true religion with the false religion. That's what Catholicism is. If you are a Christian and you want to mix your religion with the new religion of conspiracy theory, you're doing what the Israelites were exiled for. The thing that God hates the most in the Bible, the thing that the Jews were exiled for, was mixing the true religion with the false religion. Okay, so we want to be very careful here. These are signs from God. This isn't a satanic ritual pointing to 9/11. God is pointing to 9/11, and like I just mentioned earlier, through 9/11, God pointed to Isaiah 9/11 and Revelation 9/11. All right, now Madonna's segment then transitioned to a Muppets band playing the song Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes. All right. Well, that's interesting because the only player to score the goal in the game was player number 7. And it is 7 days before it's predicted that Paul Simon will slip and fall. And his recent album is 7 Psalms. The Muppets segment then transitioned to the K-pop group BTS performing Dynamite, which is a song written to uplift spirits during the CVD disease, COVID-19, as in the two players that are 19 years old, and Lionel Messi bathing Lamine Yamal when he was 19. COVID-19, right? All these performers looked half male, half female. That's an interesting insight. That's the desired look among young Asian girls today, women, is this hermaphrodite kind of look, this kind of like feminine kind of look for Asian guys. Anyway, this segment then transitioned to actor Jason Sudeikis in character as Ted Lasso, performing a bit to introduce Justin Bieber. I'm not familiar with any of this. Justin Bieber performed a song called Everything Hallelujah. Justin Bieber is a sort of broken child star. There's trauma apparent. His appearance is vastly different than when you... Okay, so we're just getting a run through. I'm going to explain the profound things regarding all of these things. There's so much amazing things regarding this halftime show. Right now, we're just getting through the bits and pieces that my friend jotted down, describing just what he saw, without a ton of insight. We're going to give you a ton more insight as to what's happening here, and you'll be blown away. Let's just get through this, though, okay? Justin Bieber's song ended to Shakira and Burna Boy performing Die Die, with a bunch of children as backup dancers. Blatant child sacrifice representation. Okay. After Die Die, it then went to the final segment with a bunch of children singing a song called Love, which was led again by the Muppets like Kermit the Frog, Miss Piggy, etc. Furries. There's a theme in God Signs that is communicating that people will have sex with the demons, and the symbolism for that is the sex, this trend among perverts to have sex with people in animal costumes and people pretending to be animals, and this kind of kinky sex, which is also incidentally portrayed in the movie The Shining. Throughout this segment, there were aerial camera views from overhead of the stadium showing a globe at the center of the field with the word love, and all the performers wearing rainbow colors with rainbow color explosions firing off around the ring of the arena. It finished with them all making heart-shaped hand gestures as the camera panned out to the aerial view once more. Madonna's segment then transitioned to a Muppets band playing the song Seven. Okay, we already did that. It's me replying, which I already did reply. 7 Psalms, okay? White Stripes America, the song? I don't know. The Muppets segment then transitioned to the K-pop BTS performance Dynamite, which is a song about, okay. Anyway, I wrote here, BTS is equal to 41. If you add the B, second letter, T 20th, S 19th, you get 41, which is the equivalent of the word key in Simple English Gematria, as I explained. So this is a key. BTS, right? It's the key to the bottomless pit in the book of Revelation. Justin Bieber's song ended to Shakira and Burna Boy performing Die Die. Okay. Die Die hints at Die Die children abortions because it was children as the backup dancers. To go along with the halftime show theme, one thing I noticed at the start of the match, Spain's national anthem was being performed by a 5-piece horn section who were all wearing red shoes. Red shoes are a papal tradition. Messi has been pretty ineffective the entire game because Argentina has not had significant possession of the ball. Okay, so that's symbolic because, again, prior to the World Cup, we were all focused on Messi here because of these coincidences regarding Messi that I've already explained, okay? Maybe I didn't mention it, but also Messi, the name, hints at Messiah. Lionel hints at the lion. Jesus, the Messiah, in Bible prophecy, is the lion from the tribe of Judah. Just for example, the predicted second in a row win of Messi in the World Cup would have symbolized the second coming of the Messiah, but Argentina and Messi ended up finishing in second place, which is the same symbolism. In other words, the analysis was correct. Also, Messi had been pretty ineffective in the game. Okay, what I wrote later, I'm jumping ahead now, was that he was irrelevant. And that's because the symbolism here is that to the world, the Messiah is irrelevant. 4 minutes of stoppage time has been added after 90 minutes of play. Argentina took their first shot in the 92nd minute. That is the 90th plus 1+1th minute. 9-1-1. Spain took their 14th shot, okay, in the same minute. The red card on Argentina, number 24, on Spain's number 22, was in the 9-11 minute, okay? The Cube Theater, Kubarsi, 9-11, Ground Zero, Revelation 9-11. All right, number 420, Argentina, who got the red flag, 12 times 2, which gives us 122, the equivalent of Pope Francis, who is from Argentina. Okay. The game was played in New York, where the 9/11 Cube Theater is. Argentina goalkeeper, number 23, had 10 saves. All right, anyway, but he had only 9 healthy fingers. 9 out of 10. Okay, he broke the ring finger on his right hand just before the World Cup started. 9 fingers, number 23. God pairs 9 and 23 to hint at Obama, who was inaugurated in 09 and is the basketball president who wore number 23 in high school. 23 is also the 9th prime number. Also, the mark of the Antichrist is described in Ezekiel chapter 9, or the inverse of it, which alters a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. Fingers on the right hand. That's the mark, because the mark is put on the right hand in Bible prophecy. 9 out of 10 fingers, which hints at the 9 out of 10 Jews not thankful in Luke 17. Obama was the president from 09 until 17. In other words, this is a symbolic of judgment. One of the reasons why the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment from the Bible, which is why the Antichrist was inaugurated in 09. 95th minute, Spain appeared to score, but a foul was called and the goal does not count. Okay, let's see. So, the first minute of the second halftime, Spain number 7, Ferran Torres, scored off a header assist from number 17. Okay. So the second extra time in the first minute hints at the total solar eclipse over Argentina that peaked at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And that was on the date December 14th, 2020. And that date was the day the first American took the VACCINE. And that date was the middle date of the 2 eclipses over America, which engendered a giant X over America, which is symbolic of the mark. And X's are about their midpoints. The lines meet at their midpoint, which makes an X. And so that's why the mid date of the eclipses, which engendered an X, is the day that the first person took the mark, because X's symbolize the mark. And the X peaked. The two eclipses crossed each other over the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt. And in the Bible, the king of Egypt is symbolic of, or a type for the Antichrist. And the king's mansion is in Little Egypt. And Elvis has a famous song, Little Egypt, from his 9th movie album, I think. Ferran Torres, the player that scored the goal, was born 13 years and 13 days before Pope Francis was elected on the date 3/13 in the year 13. That's amazing. Of course, he scored against Argentina, and Francis is from Argentina. Ferran Torres scored again at the 113th minute, exactly, but it was called offside. That's interesting too. Spain defeated Argentina 1-0. Spain's goal came 39 seconds into the second half of extra time. That's amazing because all along we knew that Argentina would be in the World Cup, although we did think they would win, but we knew they would be in the World Cup because the 2 earthquakes were 39 seconds apart. And the only goal of the game came 39 seconds into the second half of extra time. And again, 39 is 3 times 13, which hints at the date of the election of Pope Francis on the date 3/13, and the year 313 AD when Rome converted to Catholicism, which isn't the Bible and is not a legitimate denomination of Christianity because of that. I'm not saying I hate Catholics or that Catholics won't be saved. If they will be saved, it will be in spite of their Catholicism, not because of it. Donald Trump stood with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of FIFA. Okay. Number 22, Paul Cubarsí, my friend spelled this wrong here, for Spain, won the FIFA Young Player Award. Okay. Number 23 won the Golden Glove, and number 16, 4x4, the 44th president, wore number 23 when he played basketball in high school, and will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, symbolized by the number 22. Gold, because gold symbolizes currency, and it'll be programmable digital currency that will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, as opposed to God's currency, which is gold. Donald Trump put the second place medal on Messi when Argentina team went up for their silver medals for their second place finish. Trump put the gold medal on Torres, who scored the goal for Spain. And Trump put the medal on Lamine Yamal. Okay. In the post-game show, former USA player Alexei Lalas gave an interesting insight. This is very important. He was talking about how, with so much of this World Cup being focused on stars, Spain was able to stay under the radar. Quote, this team, their biggest star, Lamine Yamal, he's a world champion. Did he score? Did he star throughout the tournament? In his own unique way, but certainly not compared to the other stars of this tournament. That is part of what this team was built on: depth, talent, and spreading the wealth regardless of how big a star you are. In other words, this hints at Jesus and the kingdom of heaven and no one needing the spotlight. There was no standout star, which is how Spain was under the radar to win the World Cup, because they didn't have one of these big stars. And this is really appropriate. It's actually more appropriate than having Messi be this star in the final game in order to point to the Messiah. God pointed to the Messiah through the name Messi and the second place finish and the second World Cup in a row. And that points to the second coming of the Messiah. But he didn't use Messi in the way we might think, and God had better wisdom in mind when he used the second win in history for Spain with its team of no-names, with its biggest star, if you will, as the guy is basically saying, this 19-year-old. And there being two star 19-year-olds. Okay, so it's the no-name team, which is Jesus's team. The license plate on the car Madonna that she was sitting on the halftime says Maestro. Maestro means conductor, delta brainwaves. Okay, I think that's Antichrist, conductor, Antichrist, right? Now, or Satan, I should say. In fact, it's really Satan. Now, 19 equals AI, right? A first letter, I ninth letter. This is the reason for all the the 19s that we've been talking about. Maestro is equal to 91, though, in Simple English Gematria. Psalm chapter 2 is about the Son. As I read in another video, Psalm chapter 2. It's about the Son of God. Capital S-O-N. The AI here, this is because of the mark of the Antichrist being associated, or rather enforced, through AI. AI will play a significant role in the mark of the Antichrist. Hence also the conductor here, Satan's representative, the conductor. Now, as I was saying, another video explains thoroughly the connection to Psalm chapter 2 through the World Cup final. And this was hinted at through, for example, Messi bathing Yamal, okay? As I explained, the viral news story of Messi bathing Yamal when he was a baby hints at Messi's son. Because that's what he would have been doing when Messi had his son. He would have bathed his son. And also, as I probably mentioned, God's using, for his reasons, the 19th tarot card here, which represents or resembles the bathing of the sun. of Messi bathing Yamal. In the tarot card, in a big aspect of it is the sun, S-U-N. And in that card, it's the same stylized sun as is on the Argentine flag, which is a play on the word sun that God is using to hint at S-O-N, sun. In Psalm chapter 2, the word son, capital S-O-N, in reference to God's son, is mentioned twice. And so, again, the image of Messi bathing Yamal hints at lowercase s-o-n, and it points to Messi's son, S-O-N, who was born on the date 9/11, exactly 11 years after 9/11, when Flight 11 with a crew of 11 people flew into the Twin Towers in New York, and flew into the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11 in New York, the 11th state. The game between Messi and Yamal was played in New York. This chapter that in which God speaks of his son is a prophecy regarding the end times, and includes this chapter, and this prophecy is about also the world ganging up on Israel at the end. And the chapter begins, "Why do the nations rage?" This is hinted at with this World Cup. This World Cup, like I'm explaining, that points to Psalm chapter 2, is part of this story here, this chapter about the world or the nations, which is what the World Cup is, right? Nations playing each other. Why do the nations rage? The nations will rage, and they are in the process of ganging up on Israel at the end. On this day, the day of the World Cup final, when Messi played Yamal in New York, the Iranian mayor of New York City, if you don't know, the mayor of New York City is of Iranian descent. The Iranian mayor of New York City declared on the same day, which was a Sunday, mind you. It's typically not a business day for a government official. But on this Sunday, the mayor, for his reasons, decided on this particular day, the day of the World Cup, to declare and boast that he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi is a play on the number 2. B is the letter, or the second letter of the alphabet. This is another Psalm chapter 2 sign. Why do the nations rage? Well, the nations are going to rage after Israel will nuke Iran. Israel will be left with no choice in the near future but to eliminate the regime in Tehran through the use of a nuclear bomb. It'll be either them, Israel, or the regime. Israel will have no choice. The regime is a puppet of Satan, and it will not stop ever in its pursuit of a nuclear bomb with which to bomb Israel with. That's its primary focus. It's its only goal. That is the goal, the only goal of this regime. All right? To not appreciate that, you cannot understand the Middle East conflict and this conflict, for example, between Iran and Israel and what is going on without a biblical spiritual perspective. That is exactly what is going on. And again, the predictions being made in this video will prove this. And I know more than you the reason and purpose for these predictions, and it is to prove these controversial things. And it's all a setup. Iran is used in this chessboard at the end of time as a pawn of Satan. And it's all designed by God. The Strait of Hormuz was designed from the beginning of time, from the beginning of the world, from the beginning of humans on the world, to play this role that it's playing right now in the end. I mean, think about it. I mean, in my opinion, how in the world can you be an agnostic atheist? It's so obvious. It's so freaking obvious. Look, a fifth of the world's oil is trapped inside the Persian Gulf and Iran has control of that? Give me a break. Obviously, that's designed by God for what is unfolding right now. Wake up. Iran is playing its end times role for Satan, the ruler of this world, according to the Bible. Okay, so Israel will have no choice. And it's predicted that, at least from what we can see from God's signs and connections at this time, that Israel will nuke Iran on January 3rd, 2027, which will be exactly 24 weeks after this game. In New York, where the mayor of New York in Manhattan declared he would arrest Bibi, as in the letter B and the second letter of the alphabet, which points to Psalm chapter 2, when God says that he has a son. Contrary to what Jews that overlook this chapter will say, Jews that don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah or the Son of God. The area code of Manhattan is 212. January 3rd next year, the date it is predicted that Israel will bomb Iran, nuke bomb it, is exactly 2 times 12 weeks after this declaration by the Iranian mayor of New York City. In Manhattan. He declared this in Manhattan. The area code is 212. It is 2 times 12, which hints at 212 weeks exactly to the date it is predicted that the nations will rage after Israel will nuke Tehran. And you better believe they're going to rage after that. Because the world, like I've been explaining in this video, is unrighteous. And it has the world's values, which have invaded America, which is represented through this World Cup. And America is turning into the world. And gravitating to the world's values instead of the American values that made it the great nation in the first place. That's why it now has an Iranian mayor who is a socialist. Currently the most dangerous man in politics in America. I mean, that's another thing. Give me a break. Agnostic atheist, give me a break. After 9/11, we have a Muslim mayor of New York City, and that's not judgment from God? I mean, That irony is lost on you? Okay. Now, it is the 23rd World Cup. 7 days later, after this World Cup, that pointed to Psalm chapter 2, is the predicted fall of the composer of the recent album, Seven Psalms, Paul Simon, who is Jewish and was born right near where the World Cup was played. The 23rd World Cup. And exactly 23 weeks after the predicted fall of Paul Simon will be the predicted day that Israel will nuke Iran. This 7 days followed by 23 days hints at 723, which is the 220th semi-prime number. And on 9/11 in New York, where the game was played and where Paul Simon is from, and it was 4 days after 9/11 that Paul Simon cold opened the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live. On that day in 9/11, 220 floors collapsed. So 7 days, 23 weeks, 220, semi-prime number, 220 floors. All right, now where the Giants play. So the stadium in which the final was played is the stadium in which the Giants play. And Giants in the Bible is, or can be interpreted as a metaphor for demons, which will pretend to be aliens. And the aliens that are demons will claim to be here to help us with our nuclear weapons, which is why they will resurrect the anti-nuclear weapon Pope Francis. Okay, speaking of Flight 11, that with a crew of 11 flew into the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11 in New York, in the 11th state. The halftime show here that was pointing to 9/11, like I'm explaining, was 11 minutes. It was an 11-minute show, okay? And it featured Shakira, Madonna, BTS, Justin Bieber, and Burna Boy. Now, I'm just reading what my friend wrote. So, according to the Fox Sports, the performance was curated by Chris Martin of Coldplay, featured a cameo from Brazil icons Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, before conductor Gustavo led musicians from the New York Philharmonic and the Simon Bolivar Symphony Orchestra of Venezuela. The Muppets also made an appearance. Okay. The day before, the sign involved Gusto. This is what I wrote. The day before involved the sign Gusto. What was that about? Let me think. I forget. Gustavo led the Simon Bolivar Symphony Orchestra of Venezuela, and I don't mean to be nonchalant about that, but I've reached a point, and just recently, but after about 10 years of this, and just the constant amount of information and signs on a daily basis now, it's not possible for any human being to remember everything, and so I've just accepted it. So and it was hard to accept, but I have to accept it. I have no choice. Paul Simon will fall 970 days before the Giants in Brazil on, okay, so here we go here. So what's predicted for March 22nd, 2029 is there will be a massive Mary apparition on the beach in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And along with that, likely on this date will be demons pretending to be aliens. It could very well be that the world is also made aware of demons pretending to be aliens, and it is world news on the same day as Mary shows up on the beach. Not on the beach, but like an apparition of Mary, probably maybe like a huge one over the beach, you know, which is, you know, near where that big statue of Christ is. Okay, the Venezuelan symphony played 25 days after the Venezuela earthquakes that were 3 times 13 seconds apart. Simon was born on the date 1013 in the 13th prime number year. 3 times 13 again hints at the date on which the Pope Francis was elected, and also when Rome converted to Catholicism in 313 AD. The damaged Simon Bolivar airport, as in portal to the demons, is 13 miles from Caracas. I say Caracas because God is playing on the name Caracas to hint at Caracas. And that's from Matthew 24, and the eagles circling the carcass, which was represented by the U.S. ships, the American being America symbolized by the eagle. When the U.S. ships circled Caracas before they extracted Maduro. Well, there's going to be an attempt to extract the nuclear dust using the U.S. ships, and there'll be a massive death because of the sinking of the ships. That's Caracas, okay? All right, and 13 symbolizes America, too, because it was founded with 13 colonies. Now, Simon Bolivar is known as the quote-unquote liberator of America. Anyway, I don't mean to be anyway, but like, we need to move on. The 2 pillars of Hercules so on the flag of Spain is the 2 pillars of Hercules, and they represent the Strait of Gibraltar. Gibraltar is UK territory. Argentina beat England in the semifinal. Current Spanish constitutional flag. The 2 columns represent the columns of Hercules, which marks the entrance to the Atlantic, and as legend has it, marked the end of the world. Okay, so the 2 columns, the Spanish flag in essence is symbolic of the end of the world, or the end times. In other words, the last World Cup, the end of the world, right? Spain, with its end of the world flag, won the last or end of the World Cup at the beginning of the end times, the end of the world. Okay, and all this set on the traditional red and yellow flag. Okay, yellow and red represent fire. As Peter says in the Bible, the coming judgment will not be like water as it was in the times of Noah, but by fire. And that's why Spain is currently on fire. It's got record-breaking fires going on that were going at the time of the World Cup final and continue on. That's why one of the performers' names was Burna Boy. Burna Boy. Spain is burning. It's all representative of the end times and the judgment. Now, I'm going to talk about it later, but Shakira and her dancers were wearing costumes that clearly, I mean, it's not even like speculation. I mean, they literally represented flames, and they were dancing on a red and yellow floor in the arena. And then Spain won with its red and yellow flag. And of course, Shakira is Spanish. Well, she's not from Spain, but you know what I mean. Well, actually, maybe she's from Brazil. Whatever. So it's fire symbolism here going on in the World Cup. And Spain is on fire. I haven't seen, and I mean, it's not just like it's on fire, like there's wildfires everywhere. I mean, it's literally an international news story. And it's like far worse than, you know, in a long time anyway, right? So it's a big major news story, how Spain is on fire. Anyway, I haven't seen the halftime show. I have now, but but at the time that I wrote this, I hadn't. But from the second clip in the X video, it seems that there were dancing and singing in the lake of fire. Yeah, so all of the fire dancing was these people were on like a floor of fire with flames, in costumes of flames. It was, of course, all symbolic of people being thrown into the lake of fire after the second resurrection. Or rather, and after the resurrection and them being cast into the lake of fire in the second death, quote unquote. The second death. So everyone will be resurrected at the end of the age. And people will, after people die, they will be resurrected. Everyone. And then they'll be separated into 3 categories, contrary to what evangelical Christians will tell you about there being only 2 categories. There are 3, and they are very much, all 3 of them are supported profoundly in Scripture, in the Bible. And those 3 categories are those that are raised to eternal life. They pass from life to life. And then there's the majority of people. Well, let me just go with the other category first. Then there's those that will be resurrected and thrown into the lake of fire, in which they will die the second death. And they'll be permanently dead. But there's the third category, which encompasses the majority of people who will have an opportunity to receive the gospel and repent in a hellish environment as they are paying for their sins. Now, everyone's place is going to be different. That's what I believe, and there's evidence for this. Everyone's judgment is not in the same place. But there will be payment for sin happening at the time when people in this third category will have an opportunity to make a decision to receive Christ or not. And this would include people that didn't get a full opportunity during their lifetimes, including, for example, those that were born before Christ. But that's not to say that there won't be any people who were born before Christ that won't pass from life to life. Okay, and so that, by the way, that answers the question, that a skeptic of Christianity would have, and rightly so. Well, what about those that didn't have an opportunity? Well, they will have an opportunity. And unfortunately, the evangelical Christians, in their attempt to help people, fail with this, through this, because of their dogmatic approach to the concept of hell in the Bible. And so their ministry pays the price. They end up not helping people through their stubbornness in their understanding of what Scripture is clearly saying. Clearly. There is an alternate view of hell that needs to be taken seriously. And furthermore, like I'm saying right now, it makes a lot more sense anyway. And those non-Christians that are skeptical of your binary eschatology of 2 camps, hell or heaven, and furthermore being tortured in hell forever, that's also not biblical. There's the second death. And of course, the non-believer is more than right to say, well, that's not just, because it isn't. Of course. Tortured forever and ever? That's a metaphor. and I'm not going to get into it. All kinds of information is online for those that care to look it up and examine the passages that are clearly ignored because it contradicts the worldview. I mean, there's passages where Jesus goes and preaches to those in hell. Okay, so anyway, there's three camps. The majority of people are in the middle camp. But if you are, let's give you this warning though. If you are a baby boomer or a Gen Xer and you are in the West, don't count on a second chance. I'm just warning you. I wouldn't gamble on that one. All right, because you have had an opportunity. Now, if you are a millennial or a Gen Z, well, I mean, there's multiple generations. Gen Z today has had perhaps the equivalent or less exposure to the gospel in a country like the UK or Canada than a Gen Xer in the Middle East or something. I mean, that's how desert-like spiritually the former Christian nations have become. But baby boomers, of course, they've heard the gospel, right? Anyway, just a warning that don't count on a second chance. And furthermore, you don't want to go through what you're going to have to go through before you get that second chance, you know? I mean, don't play with fire. All right. Now, yes, during the BTS performance, there were sparkler fireworks and smoke going off behind them, and they were standing on red, yellow, and orange, carpet, whatever it was. You may have mentioned it, but Madonna and the twins, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, emerged from the tunnel that is symbolic of a birth canal and or emerging through a portal from the pit. That's the tunnel symbolism in the halftime show. The halftime show began with Madonna and Ronald and Ronaldinho in the pit, you could say, coming out of the pit through the tunnel. And it's a birth canal symbolism too, because it's the birth of the Antichrist symbolism. And it connects, like I'm getting at, with the Gotthard Tunnel. Okay, now, all right. So why was the World Cup final on July 19th exactly 3,700 days after the Gotthard Tunnel opening ritual on June 1st, 2016? Okay, it's exactly 3,700 days. Why is this? Because that's interesting. I mean, to get an even number like that, and 37 itself is an interesting number for a number of reasons. One is that when it comes to 37 days or 370 days, whatever, it gives us this 3/8 in the hours. So 3,700 days is 88,800 hours. The name Jesus in Greek is equal to 888 in Greek gematria. Argentina played Switzerland in the quarterfinal. So the Gotthard Tunnel is in Switzerland. So what am I referring to, by the way? The Gotthard Tunnel opening ritual. So the world's longest tunnel officially opened with ceremonies on June 1st, 2016. And these ceremonies in which leaders of nations gathered were clearly occult. Like, yes, they're, the signs are often attributed by the emerging conspiracy theory religion that many Christians are dabbling in. They're often attributed to Satanists and Illuminati wrongly, and there's no reason to. There's no reason to. Let me just say, this is one example where it's actually true. Okay, the Gotthard Tunnel ceremony was clearly occult. It was an occult ritual. So the occult exists. Yes, Satanists exist. That's clearly what was happening with the Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies. Why do I say ceremonies? Because there were two of them, one at each end of the tunnel. One of them was inside, the other was outside. They were referred to as the twin ceremonies. And they were at the ends of the tunnels, which is a portal, a tunnel, as in the opening of the bottomless pit in the book of Revelation. Well, as we know, we have this theme going on in the World Cup with twins. This theme, which began with the twin earthquakes 39 seconds apart on Lionel Messi's 39th birthday. And the game, again, was played in New York where the Twin Towers collapsed. So we have this connection now. Not only is it 3700, which was quite interesting, but now we know for sure that we're onto something because the World Cup had this twin theme going on, including Madonna, who came out of the tunnel with twins. She came out with Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, which was symbolic of twins. They were wearing the same jersey number, each wearing number 10, after she led them out of the tunnel wearing number 9, which hinted at 9/11 and Revelation 9/11, that it speaks of the opening of the bottomless pit, as in the tunnel, right? And of course, Madonna herself was a twin with Shakira in this halftime show. Okay, so now we're connecting to the twin ceremonies involving a tunnel. This is obviously from God, right? So the Gotthard base tunnel that was inaugurated by the president of the Swiss Federation, Mr. Johann Schneider-Ammann, and Federal Transport Minister Mrs. Doris Leuthard on June 1st with simultaneous ceremonies at the northern and southern portals of the world's longest mainline railway tunnel. By the way, if you haven't seen the ceremonies, you can watch it on video on YouTube. And I recommend you do, especially now that this is an important part of what God is communicating through this World Cup sign. You'll see it's clearly occult. It's clearly pagan. It's clearly occult, and it's clearly satanic. And there's actually one, come to think of it, there's one part of the ceremony, the one that was outside, in which there's a giant clock in the background with its arms moving erratically, but consistently coming back and pointing to 9/11. Now that aspect of it, let me put it this way. Those that did the ceremony are not experts in end times Bible prophecy, right? I mean, they don't know that they're pointing to Revelation 9/11. Maybe they do. Maybe they know that. That's actually possible, I have to admit, but it's kind of unlikely. Anyway, whatever. I think it's very clear if you watch it. The minute hand and the hour hand are erratically going round and around, but consistently coming back to 9/11, which speaks of King Apollyon emerging from the bottomless pit. And this is symbolism for the birth of the Antichrist and the Antichrist age. And there was the ceremony in the tunnel, furthermore, depicted the giant ugly baby. It was clearly a ceremony portraying a birth, and the tunnel was symbolic of a birth canal. What was being birthed? The Antichrist and the kingdom of King Apollyon, described in Revelation 9:11, which is why then outside you had the clock pointing to 9:11, the birth, when they come out of the tunnel, which is in Revelation 9, the pit. They come out of the pit when the door is opened with a key. That's what was being depicted. Now we get this exact 3,700 days later, and we have the Gotthard, from the twin ceremonies, and then we have this theme in the World Cup of Twins, and also the halftime show beginning with an emergence from the tunnel. The harlot, who is also symbolic of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. And that harlot is the Pope and the Vatican that rides the beast. The beast is the European Union. Literally, the symbol for the European Union is the goddess Europa riding the bull, the woman riding the beast, the harlot riding the beast. So Francis is the harlot, which is why the twin earthquakes were 39 seconds apart on the Argentine player's 39th birthday, because Francis is from Argentina, where he was birthed. He was birthed in Argentina. Here we go. Now, I mean, this is all coming to me right now, right? Yeah, he was birthed. He was born. The Antichrist was born in Argentina. That's why the twin earthquakes 39 seconds apart, 3 times 13. Francis was elected on the date 313 in the year 13 on the Argentine's 39th birthday, right? And Argentina played in the end in the World Cup final, which connects to the Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies, the twin ceremonies, as in the twin earthquakes that pointed to Pope Francis, the Antichrist, who will be resurrected. That will be like a birth, if you will. A second birth. Yes, 2 earthquakes. There we go. It's a second Pope Francis. Furthermore, actually, this has actually already been demonstrated by God in his signs. He will be cloned, and that's associated with the number 2. Already we've known that. So it's like in the movie AI, Artificial Intelligence by Steven Spielberg, where at the end of the movie, the artificial intelligence boy who misses his mother, the mother is resurrected by the aliens that come to Earth centuries later and find in the boy's teddy bear, who's also artificial intelligence, a clipping of his mother's hair. And through that, the aliens are able to resurrect the mother so that the artificial intelligence boy, who is still alive centuries later because he's a robot, can have what he wants and his meaning in life because he was programmed to love his mother. So the mother is resurrected by the aliens, okay? So anyway, my point is that the aliens will resurrect Pope Francis. And it'll be like a second Pope Francis, as in the twin earthquakes, 3 times 13 seconds apart, as in Francis, who was elected on the date 313. One other thing, though, is that there will be 2 antichrists. The prophecy in the Bible describes 2 antichrists. So Gottardo 2016, I guess this was, it had a name. So it was called Gottardo 2016. The twin events, the twin ceremonies, were attended by 6 heads of state, including German Chancellor Mrs. Angela Merkel and French President Mr. Francois Hollande, EU Transport Commissioner Mrs. Violetta Bulc, and 1,000 Swiss citizens who were selected at random from more than 160,000 applicants for an inaugural journey through the tunnel. Yeah, I don't believe that. The 1,000 people that were selected were most likely in on the occult ceremony. The Gotthard Tunnel is the longest and deepest in the world. The Half Cup halftime show was a disguised occult ritual. Well, no, that my friend wrote that. I don't believe that, and it wasn't. In fact, I've asked him, can you name one specific aspect of it that was clearly like an occult ritual? And he couldn't. And that's just a reflexive conclusion people have regarding these things, because they don't know how else to explain these things. But these things are from God. But when we see it in like a show, like the halftime show, they automatically assume it's everything, the whole show was orchestrated by Satanists. No, no, that's ridiculous. Sorry. There was no Satanist organization that had the Coldplay guy and Madonna and Shakira and the school kids singing and the orchestras and they were all, no, this wasn't an occult. This wasn't an occult ritual. It was prophecy from God. And the halftime show in the World Cup is far more sophisticated than the Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies. I mean, it was just some people prancing around in like deer heads and a big ugly baby head, and I mean, and what's his name? Baphomet. There was a Baphomet kind of theme going on in the Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies. And all right, so, but there was maybe the one interesting thing about the Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies was the clock hands, the minute and hour hand, erratically spinning, but yet seemingly returning back to 9/11 frequently. So whoever did that must have understood Revelation 9/11 and the emergence of the King Apollyon from the bottomless pit in Revelation 9/11, which would be symbolized with this tunnel. So, yeah, anyway, you get my point. The World Cup, as I said, the halftime show is not a occult ritual and is way more sophisticated, or not sophisticated, but there's way more to the World Cup halftime show than simply the costumes that were occult in the Gotthard Tunnel ceremony. Ceremonies, plural. Now, the 3,700 days is interesting also because it gives us the number 37, which is the 4 plus 4th plus 4th prime number. And it is Switzerland, which is known for it being mountainous. It's known for mountains. It is symbolic of a mountain. And on Mount Carmel, and the Jews in the Bible conducted their pagan occult rituals on the tops of mountains. The euphemism for what they were doing in the Bible is high places. The name Bama, capital B-A-M-A, in the Bible means high place. In the Bible, the false prophets were challenged by the prophet Elijah in, if you will, a ritual on the top of Mount Carmel. And the prophets attempted to call upon their gods to call fire down on their altar and were unsuccessful. Whereas Elijah called upon the God of Israel to light his altar on fire after they were unsuccessful, and Elijah was successful. Fire appeared from the heavens and lit Elijah's altar on fire. Prior to that, though, Elijah doused his entire altar in 4 plus 4 plus 4 large jars of water. To make the feat that much more supernatural. To have his completely wet altar light on fire made it even more astounding. But you see the connection here, because this connects to the mountain and Switzerland and occult and false gods. And we have this connection with the 4 plus 4 plus 4, which gets us to Mount Carmel and the 4 plus 4 plus 4 large jars of water. And this is significant, the 4 plus 4 plus 4 large jars of water. This wouldn't be the first time God has used this in his signs, this repetition of 3 4s and its association with the 4 plus 4 plus 4 large jars of water. The fire on the mountain in the Bible would be symbolized, there's this theme in the World Cup halftime show of fire. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, the fires in Spain are on mountains, the forest fires. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case, yes. Wow. Again, the fires are in Spain right now because Spain won the World Cup and the fire symbolism in the World Cup, which therefore proves even more the connection I'm talking about to Mount Carmel with this connection to Switzerland and the Gotthard tunnel ceremonies. Now, Ronaldo, we already, Madonna was wearing number 9. The other Ronaldinho and Ronaldo were wearing 10 and 10, which gave us 9-11. And they emerged from the tunnel in that order, which makes it Revelation 9:11. And the emergence of King Apollyon from the bottomless pit and his fallen angels. Now, 37 also hints at 3 7s, which in the Bible is symbolic of God's judgment, as, for example, the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. Ronaldinho and Ronaldo, the twins that Madonna emerged from the tunnel with, hint at the Twin Towers, which were right near where the game was played and the halftime show was. And the Twin Towers, when they collapsed, they cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street. I won't explain it here, but Wall Street is a part of the 9/11 signs. And so 3 sets of 7, when the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. In fact, one other sign in the 9/11 events was when, well, first of all, part of the 3 sets of 7 the Israelites enacted before the walls of security collapsed was the blowing of trumpets. And on 9/11, Trump famously called into Channel 9 News and trumpeted how his tower on Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. Ronaldo and Ronaldinho are wearing the blue and yellow. So they were wearing these tracksuit outfits, and one was the yellow and one was the blue from the Ukraine flag. And this halftime, or this World Cup, is about its flags. We've talked about this. The Argentine flag, not only is it the colors of the Israel flag, but it has this sun, S-U-N, on its flag. We talked about that, and it's a play, and how it's a play on God's Son, capital S-O-N, in Psalm chapter 2. And Lionel Messi's son, born exactly 11 years after 9/11, etc., right? We talked about that. We also talked about how Spain's coat of arms on its flag with its 2 pillars is part of this theme of twins, and why this twin theme. the twin earthquakes as well. We've talked about this. The two pillars on the Argentine flag. Well, the start of the Ukraine war and the start of the Iran war are exactly 4 years and 4 days apart. Are they twin wars? This is very interesting. What is going on here? And that's amazing. The 4 years and 4 days apart is amazing because this number 44 is associated with the Ukraine war. And it has been since the beginning in God's signs. Zelensky had just turned 44 just a few days before the beginning of the war. He turned 44 years old. And the appearances of Zelensky on the world stage in the first year especially, at the United Nations, the ICC, the G7 summits, etc., these were symbolic of the 44th president Antichrist on the world stage. But also, prior to the war, not only did Zelensky turn 44, but the nation of Ukraine was made up of 44 million people before the Exodus, before the evacuation exodus from Ukraine. So this 44 number is very important and that's just actually that's not even all of it, because years ago, and I can't remember any of the examples, but God connected profoundly a number of other relevant things to the start of the Ukraine war with the number 444, or, fours, series of fours. And this is just another example. 4 years, 4 days. The Iran war started exactly 4 years and 4 days after the Ukraine war, which is all about the number 44. And we've known that since the beginning. But I didn't realize until just the other day that the Iran war started 4 years and 4 days after. Now, are they twin wars? Well, I would say yes. That's no doubt a big reason for this twin symbolism here. The twin earthquakes, etc., which point to America. Because again, the earthquakes were at Caracas, which is Carcass, which was circled by eagles, which points to Matthew 24 and the circling of eagles of the carcass. It's all about this coming destruction of U.S. warships. But what's going on with the Ukraine war? The pro-Ukraine people are definitely getting excited these days, thinking that they're actually going to win this war. But they're stupid. I mean, these people are stupid. And that's the majority of the West today. The majority of people in the West are stupid. And they love the propaganda. And they have, although they don't know it because they think they're morally superior to everyone else, they have extreme levels of Russophobia. And they have no knowledge of the background of the war. They have no understanding of the war. They just think Ukraine good, Russia bad, Goliath versus David, the way leftists think, it's all about power. And they refuse to even contemplate anything about the history of Ukraine and Russia that came prior to the war. And if you even mention anything, it's all Russia propaganda. Anything that contradicts their narrative is Russia propaganda, and they swiftly shut you down and block you out, just like they did when the CVD disease was raging, which is why the pro-Ukraine people are in a mass hypnosis, a mass formation, cultish mania, just like the CVD disease days. It's the same thing. And it's all about moralism. It's all about morals. They're morally superior. And if you're not a member of the cult and the propaganda and the narrative, then you're on the bad side. You're on the evil side. When actually it's the reverse when it came to the CVD disease. But to claim that the Ukraine is some morally superior people, it's just Russophobia. And furthermore, the war is the cause of NATO and the West and America. You know, that all sounds like propaganda because you know nothing. You know nothing. You don't know anything. Like basic things about the history of what's going on there. And I'm not pro-Russian. You idiot. You fool for dismissing me like that. I'm not going to get into anything more about this war, but the idea that Russia is going to lose this war is ridiculous. You do not understand the Russian psyche. You don't understand what's going on. There is no way that they're going to lose this war. So where is this all headed? With Europe and NATO at war with Russia. And that's exactly what's going on. Increasingly every day, Europe and NATO are more and more at war with Russia. Where is this going? Well, we can see it in God's signs here. It's the twin wars. This isn't going to a good place, and it's your fault. You pro-Ukraine Western narrative propaganda consuming person. You godless person who gets your morals and your sense of self-righteousness and your moral superiority by supporting supposedly Ukraine and supporting war with Russia. Well, it's going to come back and bite you, and for good reason. God is in the process of judging the nations he blessed, which would be the West and America. Now, are nukes going to fly? Well, we know that nukes are going to fly over Tehran, and that's what this video is about. And now in this video, we have God pointing to twin wars. And we have an increasingly arrogant West and NATO and Europe pushing Russia to the edge. Do you really think? No, I mean, that's enough, right? You get my point? I blame all of this on the elites in the West, the stupid elites and the stupid left and the propaganda and the ignorance of people in the West for this war. All right. Two pillars: the Strait of Gibraltar, Strait of Hormuz. It's predicted that 2 aircraft carriers will be sunk. So this is this theme. We got twin wars. We have the 2 pillars in the Spain flag. Strait of Gibraltar. Does that hint at the Strait of Hormuz? Does the Spanish win of the World Cup hint at the Strait of Hormuz? Well, actually, probably, because that's where all of this is going. With the Iran war, it's the sinking of the 2 aircraft carriers. I don't know if those aircraft carriers will be in the Strait of Hormuz, but of course the war is now over the Strait of Hormuz, which God designed from the beginning. Ronaldo and Ronaldinho are born 1,288 days apart. Okay, that's just interesting because that identifies the second of the 2 antichrists. I'm just going to continue though. Well, speaking of twins, the 2 Obamas, actually this is probably what God is communicating here. The 2 Obamas, Michelle and Barack, they're like twins. Just like a theme, right? It's just symbolism. And they were born exactly 128 weeks apart. That's because G128 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word the Ethiopian, which is Obama, who was born in southwest Kenya near Ethiopia, East Africa, Ethiopia. And that's a fact. When the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove it. That's the point of the prediction. And to not appreciate that is to miss entirely the reason and purpose for this prediction and why God has given me a voice through this prediction. You might as well turn off the video now. Okay, I'm not going to give you any more evidence. I'm not going to make this a 10-day long video instead of the 10 hours that it might be. The JB sign says Believe. Okay, so Believe. Justin Bieber was in the halftime show. And in his little bit, the guys held up a sign that said JB, Justin Bieber. And the sign also said Believe. So there was this meme, this thing with the fans in the early days of this singer Justin Bieber. And the fans were believers. They were nicknamed the Believers. This is a play on believing and being a believer in Christ. I think even Justin Bieber is a play on Jesus Christ. JB, JC. Except it's not quite JC, it's JB, Antichrist. From what I recall, back when his fame was peaking, fans called themselves Beliebers. Ronaldo and Ronaldinho give us 18 and 18, the 18th letter, which give us 6 plus 6 plus 6 and 6 plus 6 plus 6 and 2 Antichrists. More evidence that this theme of twins here is also about 2 Antichrists. But here's something. RR hint at railroad. And a railroad is 2 parallel bars, pillars. Pillars. The Gotthard Tunnel was a railway. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it was probably both. It was probably a railroad and a road, right? Yes, I just looked it up. It is both. And so that connects us. Oh, and Madonna emerged from the tunnel in some kind of car-like thing. Okay? And the Gotthard Tunnel is a railway and a road, and the railroad is pillars. And Spain won the World Cup, and the flag is about pillars. A railroad is 2 pillars, rails over what they call railway sleepers. 3 railway sleepers with the 2 rails overlapping them. The railway sleepers represent an S, and the rails overlapping them would be 2 lines through the S in a dollar sign. Furthermore, railways are for the purpose of trade and money. So this is interesting, right? Now we're getting into this theme of money here. The origin of the dollar sign roots back to the coat of arms and the flag of Spain. That's literally, you look it up. The root of the dollar symbol, it goes back to the Pillars of Hercules and the scroll that wraps through it. It's like the 2 pillars and the S. That's the origin of the dollar sign. And the victory of Spain in this World Cup hints at that. but so does a railway. And again, the World Cup connects to the Gotthard Tunnel Railway. And again, the World Cup had a tunnel with the beginning of the halftime show. Argentina beat Switzerland 3-1. It's predicted that there'll be a 13% drop in the stock market on this date here, August 18th. Okay, and that's 38 days after the Argentina-Switzerland game, which was 3-1, which into 13%. And the game was on 7/11, which hinted the flood. The flood in Genesis began in Genesis 7/11. So why 38 days? Well, the 38th semi-prime number is 118, which hints at 1 Kings 18, and the scene that I described earlier in which Elijah defeated the false prophets on the mountain on Mount Carmel. Again, mountain is equivalent to Switzerland. This is the Switzerland game. That's why this is relevant, 38 days. The showdown on Mount Carmel was a ritual involving fire. The World Cup halftime show was a ritual involving fire. July 19th, the day of the halftime show and the World Cup, is 30 days before August 18th, the date of the predicted 13% drop in the stock market in one or more of the indexes, whether it's the NASDAQ or S&P 500. In the Bible, Jachin and Boaz are the pillars of Solomon's temple. Solomon, in the Bible, is associated with 666 talents of gold. There's a case to be made that Solomon is actually a type for the Antichrist. There's good reason for that. It's very interesting if you want to look it up, if you don't know about it. So that's why also the 666 talents of gold in the text regarding Solomon, King Solomon. Now, Switzerland is known, of course, for banking. Okay, so we've got Switzerland here involved because Switzerland played Argentina here. We've got the connection to the predicted stock market crash from the Switzerland game. And it's a 13% crash that's predicted. Argentina represents Pope Francis, the first of the two antichrists described in Revelation 13. And the Antichrist's number in Revelation 13 is 666. And Switzerland is known for banking. Okay. Ronaldinho and Ronaldo, again, give us 6 + 6 + 6 and 6 + 6 + 6. And that hints at the two pillars, Joachim and Boaz, because of the 666 talents of gold and these two pillars associated with Solomon. And Switzerland is known for its gold. I forget what percentage of the world's gold is refined in Switzerland, but I think it's more than 50%. Like the majority of the world's gold is refined in Switzerland. Switzerland is, in other words, known for gold. Okay? So we have this World Cup going on here with Switzerland and Argentina and Spain. I mean, it's amazing, right? How it all comes together here. Now, July 19th was 9 months and 11 days after gold surpassed $4,000 an ounce for the first time on October 7th, 2025. Gold officially surpassed 4,000 per ounce for the first time in history on October 7, 2025, with gold futures closing at 4,004 0.40. 444. 4 plus 4 plus 4 large jars on the mountain. Switzerland, the mountain. Switzerland equals gold. Shakira's and her dancers' outfits clearly represent flames, and they danced on a red and yellow ground. And one of the performers, the main ones, was Burna Boy. So fire, $4,004.40 hints at or confirms the 4 plus 4 plus 4th prime number of days connection to the Twin Gotthard Tunnels ceremony in Switzerland, which is hinted at with gold. The World Cup halftime show ended with a rainbow theme. The flood account ended with a rainbow theme, with the rainbow being God's symbol regarding judgment. The halftime show was 4 plus 4 days after Argentina versus Switzerland on the date 7/11, which, as I mentioned, hints at the flood, which began on the date 7/11. Began in Genesis 7:11. And 4 plus 4 days, the 44th president, whose name is Bama, which means high place, for Switzerland. July 11th, again, is 38 days before the predicted stock market crash. 38 equals 19 plus 19, and again, this World Cup, one of the aspects of this theme of twins was the two teenagers, the two 19-year-old players for Spain. Twins, two pillars, equals the dollar. Spain won its second World Cup. Argentina finished second. In the game, Messi was irrelevant. That was the story of the game. How irrelevant the star player Messi was. And that hints at how the Messiah is irrelevant to the world. And this hints at the second coming of the Messiah in 31. I don't want to get into why that is known at this time, but it is the case. That is the timeline, all right, for those that are still looking for the beginning of the 2,520 days or the 1,260 days. It's only symbolism. The Argentina means, the name Argentina means silver, literally. And silver is associated with second place. The Argentina players received silver medals, and they represent the country named silver. And Switzerland equals gold. So the Argentina versus Switzerland game was 3-1. Does that hint at the year 31? When they chanted at the end of the halftime show, "We dance, we dance." At first I heard, I don't know why, but I heard them saying, "Repent, repent." But the interesting thing is that when I told my friend that, he said the same thing. He said, "I heard repent, repent also." That's amazing. That's a second witness that confirms the matter. When two of God's workers interpret what's being chanted at the end of the halftime show as repent, repent, and we hear it independently of each other, it's a second witness confirming that the Holy Spirit is saying that's what's being heard for those who know God. You can hear repent, repent. To the others that don't know God, they will hear we dance, we dance. So Isaiah 2:20-21, in that day, people will throw away to the moles and bats their idols of silver and idols of gold, which they made to worship. They will go into the crevices of the rocks and into the caves of the earth, away from the terror of the Lord and from the splendor of his majesty, when he rises to shake the earth. Caves of the earth, the Gotthard Tunnel. The game began at 3:07 p.m., and that confirms also this 3,700 days. There's even a 0 in 3:07 p.m., and you can't have 3:70 p.m. So it's 3:07, which since it's the 37 and the 2 zeros afterwards, it's amazing. The game started at 3:07 p.m., and that confirms the 3,700 days to the Gotthard Tunnel twin ceremonies. And again, there was all this theme of twins, and there was the tunnel in the halftime show. The twin players is in the 4th minute hinted at Simon and Garfunkel's 4th album. I mentioned a long time ago in this video, Messi touched the ball for the first time at the 4th minute, and there was something about Lamine Yamal in the 4th minute, okay? But that hints at the duo Simon and Garfunkel. It's another part of this theme of twins, Simon and Garfunkel. And their 4th album, Bookends, which has the song America. And Simon's 4th studio album, which has, his 4th solo album, which has the song Slip, Slide, and Away, which communicate that America's opportunity to repent after 9/11, because Simon cold opened the broadcast 4 days after 9/11. Paul Simon symbolizes 9/11. America's opportunity to repent and turn back to God after 9/11 has slidden away. The bookends of this warning, this opportunity, this period of time to repent began with the warning on 9/11 and will end with the other bookend when Simon falls and injures his head. It'll be the bookend to the opportunity and warning that began on 9/11. That is the amazing, profound, important thing about Paul Simon's fall. His fall and then vegetative state will hint at the sound of silence, Paul Simon's first song that launched his career, which is described in Revelation 8:1, this period of a sound of silence heard in heaven. After that begins the 7 trumpet judgments. Paul Simon's recent album is 7 Psalms. Those 7 trumpet judgments include the destruction of ships. And as I've explained, the ships in that prophecy symbolizes America. Not just the America ships, but just in general. It's just symbolism. It's all allegory. It's talking about the destruction of America. It's not just the destruction of ships. In other words, the coming predicted destruction of U.S. warships on December 10th is in itself symbolism for the coming destruction of America. Purple is the color of the harlot in Revelation. Okay, so Madonna appeared in some purple. Ancient Rome was famous for its production of purple cloth, which was expensive and why it is associated with royalty. So one of the things that ancient Rome was known for, its export of purple cloth, which was expensive to make. Purple and scarlet are the colors of the harlot in the prophecy, and in the prophecy, and purple and scarlet happen to also be the colors of the cardinals in Rome, which is the harlot in the prophecy. In other words, it's identifying Rome. Purple and scarlet And the harlot wearing purple and scarlet hints to Rome, because cardinals wear purple and scarlet. It's all designed by God to identify Rome. And that's only scratching the surface of how Bible prophecy identifies Rome and the Vatican and Catholicism and the Pope. Mamdani got sworn in a tunnel. It was like a cave, if you will, on the day of the Switzerland bar explosion. That's amazing. Confirmation of this theme we're talking about here with Switzerland and the tunnel and the caves, right? In the verse that I just read from Isaiah chapter 2, as in the theme of twins in the World Cup in the final, right? Which talks about they will go into the crevices and the rocks and into the caves of the earth, away from the terror of the Lord and from the splendor of his majesty when he rises to shake the earth. It's talking about the end here. So that's the theme here in Switzerland. And Mamdani because Mamdani hints at madman. It's an anagram for madman, which hints at the coming mass demonic possession of people who become madmen after they have taken the mark of the Antichrist. And this is all described in the book of Revelation in the fifth trumpet, when the demons, along with their leader, King Apollyon, emerged from the bottomless pit. The leader of New York City was in the pit. He was sworn in the pit, if you can believe it. But that was also the day of the Switzerland bar explosion. The bar named Constellation, if you recall. And so that day, January 1st, was the 46th prime number of days before the World Cup final. And 46 is the 4 times 4th semi-prime number. I don't know. But it's 199 days, and that could also hint at 9/11. Well, we'll leave it at that. That's a little bit, that connection is a little bit neutral in my opinion, but whatever. So October 7th, 2025, gold surpassed 4,000 for the first time, and is also the 223rd composite number. So it is relevant. The 46 is relevant. That's why. Because it's 2 times 23, which hints at 2 sets of 23 chromosomes, which is what the mark of the Antichrist is all about. Altering a person's chromosomes, and that's what marks them. And that's how one becomes a madman and demonically possessed, which is why the Mamdani swearing in connects to the World Cup with the number 46, or 2 times 23. That is amazing, all right? So now we get it. And we have this 2 times 23 hint here with the gold, because that day that gold connects to the World Cup and the dollar sign and the flag and all that, right? That's the 2 times 23 too. Furthermore, if we reverse it, it's 322, which gives us Genesis 3:22, and that's also symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, because it symbolizes, Genesis 3:22, the coming promise for those who take the mark of the Antichrist, which is eternal life without God, or not without God in the process. In other words, it's impossible, and it's demonic. But that was the first lie ever told, and the age will finish with that same first lie. The serpent said to Eve, "You shall surely not die," in Genesis chapter 3. Okay, now on the World Cup day, Mamdani declared he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu, like I explained earlier. Oh, so that's why it connects. Yeah. So Mamdani was sworn in. We have this connection to the World Cup date, but it's not just about the world. It's about also Mamdani himself, because that's the very important prophetic sign in which he said he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu. And again, the B is number 2, which gives us Psalm chapter 2, and why do the nations rage? And it's because of God's Son, capital S-O-N, and the second coming. And yeah. So Mamdani was sworn in a subway tunnel on January 1st, exactly 115 months after their Gotthard Tunnel ceremonies. That's amazing too. Wow. 115 hints at Amos chapter 1, which has 15 verses, in which there is a repeating Hebrew idiom for 3 transgressions and for 4, which means the limit of transgressions has been reached and is overflowing, and now there's judgment from God. That's what the idiom means. Simon and Garfunkel's first album, Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., and Wednesday is the 4th day of the week, which gives us for 3 transgressions and for 4. The cover art of the album has the duo, as in the Twins theme, in a New York subway tunnel. And again, Simon is predicted to fall 7 days later because of 7 Psalms, his recent album. The only goal scored in the game was by number 7 on the day that Mamdani spoke about Bibi and the emergence of Madonna from the tunnel. And this connects back to it when Mamdani was sworn in the subway tunnel, and connects back to the Gotthard Tunnel twin ceremonies. That's amazing. And the reason for Amos and the connection to Paul Simon too is because famous Amos, the founder of the biggest cookie company in America, was the agent who first signed Simon and Garfunkel. And he lured them into his office with a gift of cookies. On January 1st, 2026, January 1st, 2026, the day Mamdani was sworn in, is the 2 times 23rd prime number of days. We already did this. To the Madonna performing in the tunnel. The Central Park owl died after striking a tower with its head, by the way, on the date 2/23. Okay? And Paul Simon, on the cover art for the 7 Psalms album, is an owl, and 2 owls actually, and Paul Simon and Garfunkel, the 2 duo twins, famously performed in Central Park on the date 9/19. Wait a second, which is hinted at with this 199 days. Whoa. Huh. Well, so this Central Park owl became famous because it had escaped the Central Park Zoo and was living in the Central Park for quite a while, until one day it slammed into a tower. No doubt head first, and Paul Simon is predicted to hit his head. But it connects to Paul Simon because he famously sang in Central Park in Manhattan, where, Simon is from, New York City. But also, Simon and Garfunkel had their famous free concert in Central Park 9 months and 11 days after John Lennon was shot next to Central Park. That's important too because of John Lennon and the theme from his song tomorrow never dies or something, which gets us back to the mark of the Antichrist and the promise of eternal life, etc., which gets us back to Revelation 9:11. And the demonic possession will be of people through frequencies, which is what music is, and the shots, and John Lennon was shot. The mark of the Antichrist is the SHOT, right? And John Lennon was shot, and yeah, you get the idea. Revelation 9:11 is why 9 months and 11 days. That separates Paul Simon, who sang about the Mississippi Delta shining like a national guitar, which into the coming shining, demonic possession, that's what the movie The Shining is about, through delta brainwaves. Mississippi, the 9 plus 11th state. Paul Simon, the Graceland album is his 7th solo album and his best-selling one, and he's predicted to die, or hit his head anyway, 7 days after this World Cup, which with Madonna, which connects to Mamdani. Madonna hints at Mamdani. Madonna also hints at Madman, which again is demonic possession when you take the shot through frequencies, music. Now, the owl died here on February 23rd, 2024. But he slammed into the tower, and again, the towers are symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, as I explained, because the two arms of a chromosome, and Philip Petit walking across the towers exactly 70 weeks after they were opened, and the 70 weeks prophecy in the Bible. Now, 1 year, 10 months, and 9 days, which hints at 9/11, the owl hit the towers before Mamdani was sworn in New York City. That's amazing too, because that hints at Revelation 9:11, King Apollyon, the mayor, king of New York, the mayor in the pit, King Apollyon from the pit. This is also exactly 97 weeks, and plane crash is equal to 97 in simple English gematria. That's another story, though. The cover art of 7 Psalms depicts 2 owls, as in 2 towers, and also as in Simon and Garfunkel. Simon will fall 7 days after Madonna in the tunnel, and the goal scored by player number 7 in New York, where Simon is from. Not only that, but the game was played in New York metro area, but in New Jersey, right where Paul Simon was born, in New Jersey. January 8th, 2024, former Baltimore Raven, forget his first, Joe Flacco. He won the comeback player of the year. Okay, the veteran comeback player. He won the award that year. And that hints at the comeback of Barack Obama, who was the night owl, known as the night owl, in stark contrast with his predecessor, who was known to be an early bird. Okay, in the White House, Obama was the night owl. So Flacco won the award. His jersey number is 5 + 5 + 5. And he won the award 5 + 5 + 5 days before the owl named Flacco hit the tower in Central Park, which was on the same day that the star basketball player Wembanyama had what's called a 5-5-5 game, which I forget because I'm not a basketball fan really. It's when you have 5 points in the various categories. Rebounds, assists, or something. So it's called a 5-5-5 game, all right? When you have a minimum of 5 in each of the category, and it's an amazing feat. And Wembanyama achieved this on the day of the owl which hints at Paul Simon because of the owls on the cover of 7 Psalms. And Wembanyama plays in or for San Antonio, which is right near where Paul Simon currently lives in Wimberley, Texas. Okay, so again, the Raven, as in the owl, right? Flacco, number 555, won the Comeback Player of the Year 5+5+5 days before the Flacco owl died, and Wembanyama had a 5.55 game. All right. And the owl died in New York where 9/11 took place, and that was 1 year, 10 months, and 9 days to when Mamdani was sworn in the tunnel in New York City and Manhattan, where the 9/11 took place, right? And that day is 2 times the 23rd prime number of days to when Madonna emerged from the tunnel wearing number 9, followed by number 10 and number 10, the twins. And that's when player number 7 scored the goal. And it's 7 days before Paul Simon, the composer of 7 Psalms and the 7th solo album, Graceland, is predicted to fall in Wimberley, Texas. And 7 Psalms is Paul Simon's 5+5+5th solo album, which is the relevancy of these series of 5s at the beginning of this timeline. This is an amazing thing here that you're looking at, this paragraph right here. Now, the World Cup is 24 days to August 12th. The World Cup was won by Spain, and on August 12th, the solar eclipse will go over Spain, the first one in a few centuries. It'll also go over Greenland, and these are really the 2 countries it'll go over. There's a small sliver of it going over Portugal too. So it's going over Greenland and Spain, and the capital of Greenland is Nuuk. The capital of Greenland, the name of the city is Nuuk. Okay? It's 24 days from the World Cup, in which Spain won, to the Nuuk eclipse. That's because it hints at its confirmation for, it's pointing to the exact 24 weeks from the World Cup, and Mamdani saying he would arrest Netanyahu, to the date, the Iranian mayor, to the date it is predicted that Israel will nuke Iran, which will cause the nations to rage, which is again what the World Cup pointed to through the twin theme, Psalm chapter 2. Why do the nations rage? The eclipse will pass over Spain. Okay, no. July 11th is 25 weeks and 2 days, or 4 times 44 days, to the predicted date Israel will nuke Iran. On July 19th, Mamdani said he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to New York. Okay. So this hints at the 44th president, and 25 and 2 hint at 2,520 days in Bible prophecy regarding the period of the end and the Antichrist. The game was played in New York, New Jersey. The halftime show was in New York. Okay. Spain's dollar sign is the second win in a game against Argentina. Spain's second win was a game against Argentina, and they finished second place, and Argentina means silver, which is what people get when they finish second. Points to Isaiah chapter 2, like I was explaining. Their land is filled with silver and gold. This is from prophecy. Against every high tower and against every fortified wall, against all the ships of Tarshish and against all the beautiful craft. In that day, mankind will cast away their idols of silver and their idols of gold. Isaiah chapter 2 here, okay? So why were the kids in the halftime show at the end wearing soccer shirts that had PS22 on the front? Okay. It's because they represent this public school number 22 in New York. PS gives us 16 and 19, plus 22 gives us 57, which is the equivalent of the word vaccine in simple English gematria. Spain is known for bullfighting. A soccer arena is the equivalent of a bullfighting arena. Psalm 22. PS 22 hints at Psalm 22. More of this theme of Christ and why the nations will rage. But Psalm 22. Many bulls encompass me. Strong bulls of Bashan surround me. They open wide their mouths at me like a ravening and roaring lion. There's more to this Psalm 22, which describes clearly someone being crucified. Okay, could read the whole chapter, I suppose. But so we have the lion here, the roaring lion, and we have Lionel Messi in the game. We have Spain, which is bullfighting. Psalm chapter 22. And again, we have the theme of twos, but not only that, we have the public school 22. And then them chanting, repent, repent at the end. Because that's what the cross and Christ's crucifixion is all about. The bulls of Bashan is symbolism for demons. That will rise from the bottomless pit as symbolized by Revelation 9:11. And the tunnels. And Mamdani in the pit, etc. The line encompass me, surround me, equals spectators surrounding Lionel Messi. And Lamine Yamal, who in the signs, as I mentioned, is symbolic of Messi's son, which hints at the S-O-N, son, in Psalm chapter 2. So we got Isaiah 2, Psalm 22, and Psalm chapter 2. And we have the theme of the twins. And I already explained how the bathing of baby Lamal was symbolic of Messi bathing his own son, which in turn hints at the Son of God in Psalm chapter 2, who is surrounded by the bulls of Bashan that are like roaring lions, Lionel Messi, and being surrounded by spectators. It's all Psalm chapter 22. Even the kids were surrounded by the spectators, encompassed and surrounded. The chanting at the end hints at, they will open wide their mouths at me. That's right. They were using their mouths. They were opening wide their mouths. They were chanting. The kids were chanting. They were opening wide their mouths. And as were those surrounding them. At the end, they were all chanting. They encouraged the people in the stadium to chant, we dance, but we, as a Christian here, we repent. 22 also hints at the mark, and Bieber Belieber. So the nickname for believers is Bieber Belieber. He's a Bieber believer, not a Christian believer, but a Bieber believer. Bibi Netanyahu. Second letter of the alphabet, 2-2. Psalm 22. Public School 22. Bieber Belieber was singing with the PS22 children at the end. Bieber, furthermore, is known for being a child singer. Bieber was amongst the children, and Bieber is literally known for being a child singer. He became famous as a child. PS22, child singers. Bieber's first album was My World, as in the World Cup, as in the world's values, as in the ruler of this world, Satan. I didn't know there was a backstory to Bieber. He became famous at 13 years old after a talent agent spotted him in a video of him busking at the age of 13. In the Bible, 13 is symbolic of the Antichrist. JB is not JC, Antichrist. His first album was My World. At the World Cup, he was 32, which hints at CB. Which hints at the B and the C in the equation JB, not JC. Bieber Beliebers. Bieber was discovered busking on the steps of the Avon Theater. Bieber Belieber plus Avon hints at Babylon. It really does. Bieber Belieber on the steps of the Avon Theater hints at Babylon. Which, of course, is symbolism for occult and pagan religion. Which is the symbolism, and it's just symbolism, of the chanting at the end, etc., and the performance in the halftime show. Again, I don't believe Satanists orchestrated the halftime show. The Coldplay guy, whatever his name is, he organized the show. I mean, it wasn't that special. But the prophetic details are what's special. In other words, the Satanists didn't know about Psalm 22 when they got Public School 22 together, for example, and combined it with Justin Bieber, who is known as for being a child star. No. That's from God. Justin Bieber Paul Simon's predicted fall is 66 months and 6 days after Joe Biden's inauguration, who is associated with the mark of the Antichrist. Justin Bieber was born 90 months and 11 days before 9/11. Wow. Paul Simon's predicted fall will be 90 months and 11 days after Simon's dream that instructed him with a voice to make his 7 Psalms album. He tells the interviewers this story and shows the framed piece of paper. It has a date. January 15th was the day of Simon's prophetic dream. He's predicted to fall 90 months and 11 days after that dream to make 7 Psalms, and he's predicted to fall 7 days after the goal was scored by number 7. Justin Bieber was born 777 weeks exactly before Obama was inaugurated. Interesting. Justin Bieber was born 313 weeks before Spain scored the goal. The name of the player is Ferran Towers. Towers is Spanish for, Torres is Spanish for towers, okay? Um, well, the Pope was elected on the date 313, and Rome converted to Catholicism in the year 313 AD. Now, well, my friend added here that, speaking of Justin Bieber being a kid, he was born 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days after August 23rd, 1987. Anyway, the pilot in the story, his name is Barry Seal. Okay. The two, so there's this, and I'm not going to get into it. There's just so much. Let's move on. Because, well, it's really because I'm not that familiar with this story. These kids were murdered. They are found on a railway track, which ties into the Spain thing here, like I explained earlier. The railway and the pillars and the dollar sign. Yeah, let's move on. The two pillars, JB. There are 4 beasts in Psalm chapter 22. There are also 4 beasts in the book of Revelation that point to the final beast in the Antichrist. So Torres is equal to towers, okay? The name Torres, the guy who scored the goal, his name literally means towers. And this is all, like we've been saying, explaining, pointing to the Twin Towers, right near where the game was played. Also, Torres War number 7, the last tower to collapse on 9/11 was building number 7. So, Trumpet in Turkey said to cut off trade with Spain on July 8th. This is 11 days before Torres scored the 1 goal to win the cup for Spain. The game is near where one tower stands, where the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11 stood in the 11th state before being struck by Flight 11 with a crew of 11. Torres actually scored 2 goals, but one of them was not allowed, which hints at the Twin Towers, which were replaced by the one tower, the World Trade Center. Trumpet said to cut off trade with Spain. See how the cutting off of trade with Spain actually hints at the Twin Towers. And Trump also called in, Trump is part of the 9/11 signs on 9/11, literally. But the call to cut off trade with Spain, 11 days, and that's because of Flight 11 and the crew of 11 and the 11th state and the towers looking like in 11, it was 11 days before the player named Towers scored the 1 goal to win for Spain. The game is near where the one tower now stands where the Twin Towers used to. Again, he scored 2 goals, but 1 wasn't allowed, which hinted at that. So, but it's all about the World Trade Center. The call to cut off trade with Spain, in other words, points back to ultimately trade with the world and New York, where Trump is from also. This connects the game to trade, international trade. The world's stock markets are predicted to crash 10 plus 10 plus 10 days after Torres' 1 goal near the One World Tower, 11 days after Trump said to cut off trade with Spain. And Spain's flag hints at the US dollar symbol. the halftime show coins with the dollar signs on them are seen falling on the screen. This hints at the stock market falling, okay? So in the halftime show, behind on the, the jumbo screens in between the spectator decks, these big screens are displaying these images of cartoon illustrations of coins, and they've got dollar signs on them, and they're falling, okay? It was during the performance of BTS. It was behind the performers. Behind them were these screens with these big coins falling with dollar signs on them, okay? The last tower to collapse on 9/11 was World Trade 7. Player number 7 for Spain scored the one goal of the game 11 days after Trump said to cut off trade with Spain. This hints at Genesis 7:11 and the flood. Right? We got the 7 and the 11 days. The flood began on the date 217 in the biblical account. On 9/11, the two towers were struck 17 minutes apart. That's why. 2 towers were struck 17 minutes apart, because the flood judgment began on the date 217. During the halftime show, the coins with the dollar signs were seen falling on the screen while the Korean singer group performed. There are 7 members of BTS. Their ages add up to 217, which hints at the date 217 and the 2 towers that were struck 17 minutes apart near where BTS performed at the World Cup. The average of their ages is exactly 31. In other words, 7 times 31 is equal to 217. 31 is the 11th prime number. The Twin Towers looked like a giant 11. Towers, who scored the goal, whose name means towers, Torres, number 7, scored 11 days after Trump said to cut off trade with Spain. The age of the BTS members is roughly 30 years old. The performance of BTS and the falling coins with dollar signs is 30 days before the predicted fall of the stock market that is located near where the performance was. And I don't think this is just arbitrary. Yes, technically, the average of their ages is exactly 31, but God is also playing on the 30 years, because 30 years is symbolic in the Bible too. King David and King Joseph were made kings. Joseph was made essentially a king, and King David, they were at the age of 30 years old. And we're talking about King Apollyon with Revelation 9:11, which is hinted at through the events of 9/11, and BTS and the Towers player is pointing to all that, like I've explained. So that's one reason why it's relevant. But when we talk about the BTS members and how old they are, people are going to say, well, they're 30 years old now. Because literally all of them are right around the age of 30. A couple of them are exactly 30. So when we think of the BTS performers, the members, we think of them as now being 30 years old. And again, all of this points to trade and the falling coins, and the predicted collapse in the stock market of 13% in one day is 30 days after the BTS performance of the members who are 30 years old. Okay? Paul Simon equals 9/11, like I've explained. The one goal by player number 7 is 7 days before it is predicted that Paul Simon will fall, as in the Twin Towers that fell, as in the player named Towers, and the towers that fell on 9/11, okay, and will injure his head and go into a vegetative state. The demonic possession of people will come through people's heads. The official death toll from the twin earthquakes on the day of the World Cup which it's with its theme of twins, as I've been explaining, and the halftime show with its theme of twins, is 5,208. Okay, the official death toll on that day was 5,208. The date of the last episode of the TV show Emergency was 5/28, May 28th, in the year 77. Other videos have explained the prophetic significance of this. This is for real. This is a sign from God. This last episode of the show Emergency. Okay. All right. Now, and so that's literally this pattern God is doing with 5/28. It's because of the last episode of Emergency. Okay. So that's why the 5,208 deaths on the day of the Twins signs in the World Cup, the death toll from the twin earthquakes. Player 7 scored the one goal in the game, and it is 7 days before Paul Simon is predicted to fall and injure his head. Simon performed at Jimmy Carter's inaugural ball in the year 77, and his recent album is 7 Psalms. The show Emergency is about paramedics in disasters. The emergency search for survivors in Venezuela involves paramedics. That's why it's very relevant. Because the death toll in Venezuela is about paramedics. The show Emergency is about paramedics. It was the show came at a time when paramedics weren't a thing. There were only a handful of paramedic units in California, and there was like none really anywhere. The TV show actually revolutionized this form of healthcare with paramedics and ambulances. That's what this, that's how significant this show is in history. It's not just a TV show. But anyway, this is the Venezuela earthquakes and the death toll, because it's about paramedics and finding survivors. And the last episode of the show was on the date 5/28, and on this day, this prophetic day, the death toll was 5,208. Because again, the twin earthquakes was a prelude to the theme of twins in the World Cup that involved Lionel Messi, who is 39 and turned 39 on the day of the twin earthquakes that were 39 seconds apart. Simon's predicted to fall will be 90 months and 11 days after his prophetic dream that instructed him to make 7 Psalms, which was on the date 115, which hints at Amos chapter 1 with its 15 verses, in which is the repeating Hebrew idiom for 3 transgressions and for 4. 34, 3 transgressions and for 4, 34 is 2 times 17. That's another reason why the 2 towers were struck 17 minutes apart. It hints at for 3 transgressions and for 4, which again is an idiom that means the limit of transgressions has been reached and now judgment. So 34 is 2 times 17, which hints at 2 towers 17 minutes apart. Simon and Garfunkel's first album was Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. Wednesday being the 4th day of the week, 3 a.m. gives us for 3 transgressions and for 4. And it's all relevant because also Amos, famous Amos, signed Simon and Garfunkel, as in the famous Amos prophet. Famous prophet Amos. So BTS gives us BTS and 2, 20, and 19. Add them up, equals 41, which is the 13th prime number. The coins falling during the BTS performance in New York point to a 13% loss in one day in the stock market in New York, which is predicted to be 30 days after the performance of the group, whose members are about 30 years old. That's amazing. So it even gets specific here with a 13% loss because BTS hints at the number 13, and that's amazing. Tom Cruise was born 9 years before Jim Morrison reportedly passed away in a hot tub in Paris, France, on July 3rd, 1971. Okay, now this is going to sound strange, I do recognize, but God has been communicating these hot tub signs as being symbolic of portals because of the comedy in which the hot tub was a time machine. I forget the name of the comedy now. John Cusack was in it. Yeah, so there's a let me just find the name of that comedy. It's what I thought. Hot Tub Time Machine. All right, so anyway, this is relevant because of the symbolism in Jim Morrison, the lead singer for the band The Doors. So the hot tub is the symbolism for a portal. Morrison, in fact, the time machine hot tub, or the hot tub time machine, actually points to Jim Morrison, who died in a hot tub. And that's why. I mean, the hot tub time machine movie is about it being the hot tub being a time machine, which is a portal. But the reason for the connection to Jim Morrison, and really the reason why that movie was made and why it became famous, was because it in turn points to Jim Morrison, the leader of the Doors. And this is all pointing to Revelation, in which the door is opened to the bottomless pit. Now, Val Kilmer, who is Iceman in Top Gun, played Jim Morrison in The Doors. I remember looking this up several months ago, but it was before. Okay, so this date that it's predicted that Israel will nuke Iran is exactly 666 months after Jim Morrison died in the hot tub. 9 years because the number 9 is the most important number in God's signs, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. And what we are getting at here is how Tom Cruise was in the halftime show in the World Cup, as in Judgment on the World, that ended with a rainbow theme, as in the rainbows in Genesis chapter 9, after the flood judgment on the world. What does Jim Morrison or Val Kilmer have to do with Israel or nuking Iran? Well, Paris, where Morrison died, and Kilmer played Morrison, is where the Ayatollah was. So in God's signs and in history, Paris is very important in the Iranian regime because the Ayatollah was exiled and he was welcomed in Paris, to the shame of the Parisians and the French that welcomed him. Today, that town where he stayed just outside of Paris is famous because of the Ayatollah, and they are literally ashamed of their role in history. But such is the case with the foolish leftist socialists. And it's extreme Islam and leftism have overlapped many times in history, because really they are two prongs or two pincers of the same beast, Satan. Apocalypse Now, the movie, begins with the song The End by The Doors. Okay. Now, France, since it's Pope Francis, as I'm just, saying, and Apocalypse Now, The End by The Doors, is a movie produced by Francis Ford Coppola. All right, and of course, this is symbolic of the end of time. The End by The Doors in the movie Apocalypse Now, because the word apocalypse is the Greek for Revelation, the book of Revelation. The meaning of apocalypse means the removal of the veil, the pulling away of the veil and seeing the reality underneath. So in other words, the book of Revelation, the last book, is where the whole Bible comes together in the climax. There are Christians that don't know that. The only book in the Bible that is said at the beginning of the book to be a blessing if one reads it is the book of Revelation, but it's probably the least read book by Christians who, for many reasons, avoid prophecy, even though Revelation 19:10 tells us that the Spirit, the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. And 1/3 of the book is prophecy, and the disciples recognized that Jesus is the Messiah through his fulfillment of prophecy. The release of the movie Apocalypse Now on August 15th, 1979 was 11 weeks and 4 days before the first day of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. 11 and 4, and the date 11-4 hint at 11 times 4 and 44, and that hints at the destruction of Iran, described in the book of Jeremiah as being by the 4 winds from the 4 quarters of heaven. This is the reason for the symbolism, and for example, the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, in which there was an attempt to rescue, extract the 4 times 4th prime number of hostages using 4+4 helicopters, 4 of which ended up crashing in disaster. And the disaster also killed 4+4 military personnel and injured 4 others. And during that episode in the desert of Iran, it was required that they capture a civilian Iran bus with 44 people on it. And that was all during the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. So the opening scene of Apocalypse Now, okay, is the song The End by The Doors. August 15th, 1979. Okay, I just said that, so I don't know why it's repeated here. And in the song, that is the last audible lyric in this introduction to the movie Apocalypse Now, is, quote, "All the children are insane," unquote. I know that the lyric comes after the lyric in the song, "Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain." Okay, the song and the lyric, "Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain," made by The Doors, a song called "The End" in Apocalypse Now, made by Francis Ford Coppola, hints at Pope Francis, the Antichrist, the Roman, in The End, and in the book of Revelation, Apocalypse. Francis Ford Coppola, Pope Francis. Jim Morrison died in France. The Doors. And the pit to Satan, whose representative is the Antichrist, is opened with the door. The World Cup final was in East Rutherford. The World Cup final was in East Rutherford. All right, and Tom Cruise hinted at Jim Morrison because of the 9 Years connection, and Val Kilmer in Top Gun, who his 2 most famous roles, arguably, Top Gun and The Doors, right? And we have all of this, including the point of the World Cup and halftime show, as I've been explaining, is how the nations will rage after Israel will nuke Iran, which connects to the death of Jim Morrison in Paris, and that's relevant because of the Ayatollah in Paris. And this is all proven to be true because the Doors have the song "The End" at the beginning of the at the beginning of this very prophetic movie that God had Francis Ford Coppola make, Apocalypse Now. So you get it here. This is an amazing thing here. All of these connections here. And the World Cup final was in East Rutherford, Ford, as in Francis Ford Coppola. Is there any symbolism in East or Ruther? Last night, when I was looking into the usage of Boaz in the Bible, the name is used in the book of Ruth. Ruth came from the East. East Rutherford. Ruth in the Bible represents the Gentiles adopted into God's family. This is what Paul represents, and this is Paul Simon. Peter also, the Gentiles, because Peter, who was name originally was Simon, had a dream about the Gentiles in the book of Acts. Very important episode regarding the gospel and the Gentiles. So Paul and Peter equal the Gentiles, and Paul had a dream to make 7 Psalms. Okay, so Ruth is like the same symbolism as Paul here, as in Paul and Peter, which is hinted at with Paul Simon. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. This is speaking of how after the return of Lord Jesus Christ to Jerusalem and his dwelling in Jerusalem on the Temple Mount, the nations, the peoples will flow, come and see him there on the top of the mountains, symbolically the highest mountain in the world it will be. And many people shall go and say, Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. O house of Jacob, come ye, let us walk in the light of the Lord. Therefore thou hast forsaken thy people, the house of Jacob, because they be replenished from the east, and are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they shall please themselves in the children of strangers. Their land is also full of silver and gold, neither is there any end of their treasures. Their land is also full of horses, neither is any end of their chariots. Okay, so we're talking about this World Cup, which we've explained now. Argentina literally means silver. Gold is Spain because of the conquista, the Spaniards who went to conquer the New World for the sake of gold. And so that's silver and gold there in verse 7. And it was player number 7 who scored the goal for Spain, the only goal in the Argentina-Spain game. So this hints at verse 7. What chapter is this? This is I forget, the book of Isaiah. And so, but there's the children from the east here. And in the song, the children are insane. In the song, The End. There's reasons. Bear with me, I'm just beginning to explain all of this. But we have East Rutherford here. Okay, Isaiah chapter 2:6 is a really important verse, as I wrote. Oh, no, my friend wrote that. Okay, so what do you think it means? The children aspect of the verse. The AI overview to this question is the children of foreigners or strangers refers to foreign nations, pagans, and their customs. which is exactly what I've been saying regarding this theme of the World Cup and the sport of soccer invading America. God's Gentile nation on Israel. And just like in this verse, the peoples, the children of the foreign nations, the pagans and their ways and their customs, including their sport, soccer. The anti-human sport that doesn't allow you to use your hands. The phrase does not literally mean young children. Rather, it refers to the descendants of people surrounding non-Israelite cultures. So the children in the halftime show are symbolic of God's people adapting the pagan religion of other peoples and customs and values. As we assumed, the World Cup in American cities was symbolic of the spiritual invasion of America. The East, in East Rutherford, symbolizes the other peoples. It also hints at child trafficking. Surprising, because here it says, and they pleased themselves in the children of strangers. So there's a dual meaning here. It is Isaiah chapter 2, the chapter along with Psalm 2 and Psalm 22 that God is pointing to, as I have explained. We have the children in the halftime show, and they please themselves with the children of strangers. Is God actually suggesting that there is the dual meaning here? And is the other meaning actually child trafficking in our modern time? Well, yes, because that is a big aspect of the invasion of America through the border wall of security. The southern border there, that's a big aspect of the invasion. Could child trafficking and Pizzagate and Epstein, etc., be symbolic of the spiritual invasion in Isaiah chapter 2:6? Yes, exactly. What was the name of that movie that came out recently about child trafficking that the left went nuts about because they're with Satan? Are you thinking of the movie Weapons? It starred the actor from Passion of the Christ, Jim Caviezel. Incidentally, Jim Caviezel, well, that's another story. I mean, you got to look it up. He has an amazing story, but coincidentally, his two initials are JC, Jesus Christ. He played Jesus Christ. And it's all designed by God. And so the movie's name is Sound of Freedom. It was released on July 4th, 2023, 1,111 days before the World Cup and the halftime show with children. The movie Weapons came out 11 months and 11 days before the World Cup and the halftime show with children. The movie Weapons is about children and their disappearance in a town and them becoming demonically possessed. We've known that this new movie is prophetic before this connection. H1111 is the word Balak, the name of the king of Moab who hired Balaam to curse the Israelites. The Moabites were the people in the east. This is part of the story of the Israelites taking the promised land. So we have, and this is relevant because in this story, God's children, God's people, the Israelites are referred to as the children of Israel. So what I should have written right here is that the name of the king of Moab who hired Balaam to curse the children of Israel. So the name Balak or Balak is hinted at here. And the proof of this is the following. The movie The Sound of Freedom is actually about a true story, and the story is all about this one guy named Tim Ballard. The movie is a sort of documentary, in a way, of this. Well, it's a movie, but I haven't seen it actually. But it's about the true events of this guy Tim Ballard and his mission to rescue children in child trafficking in various places around the world. Does Balak hint at Ballard? Okay, because again, Balak is this 1,111, and from the movie Sound of Freedom to the children singing, we have 1,111 days, but we also, to confirm this with a second witness, and by the way, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And from this movie, Weapons, it's 11 months and 11 days. So there's 1111 here, and this is a second witness right here to this evil. Both movies are about evil and involve children. All right. So we get the name Balak, which hints at Ballard. That's the guy's name in the movie. That's the true life guy who the movie is about, Ballard. Okay. The children of Israel in the book of Numbers, chapter 22. Another 2:2 here. So now we have Psalm 22, Numbers 22, Isaiah chapter 2, and Psalm 2. This is morbid, but blood sacrifice is equal to 121, which is 11 times 11. Revelation is equal to 121, as is Antichrist. Also, this would seem to hint at Isaiah 11:11 about the restoration of Israel. We do have this World Cup, which is about the restoration of Israel through Psalm chapter 2, as I've been explaining. The children of Israel were entering the promised land from the east, as in East Rutherford. Ballard could also hint at Balaam. So it's the story of Balak involves Balaam, which is also about hinting at Ballard. The World Cup was symbolic of the invasion of America, which is symbolized by illegal aliens across the border wall of security, which is where the child trafficking occurs. The World Cup halftime show ended with children singing. Tim Ballard is from Utah, which is where there is a city named Moab. Tim Ballard is from Provo, which is next to Orem, which is where Charlie Kirk was killed. The children represent the church, and the name Kirk means church. I think this is confirmation. I don't know any other Moabs in the U.S. This may be a coincidence, but Google Maps says Provo is 191 miles from Moab, and to get there includes a drive down U.S. Highway 191. There is only one Moab city in the U.S., and it is famous, Moab, Utah. So not only does the guy Ballard name hint at Balak and Balaam and the Moabites, but he lives near Moab. Okay, Utah is the 45th state. Apocalypse Now famously or infamously cost $45 million. On the 45th anniversary, they had the relevant prophetic signs, which is explained a long time ago. That was in 2024. Apocalypse Now opens with the end and the lyric, "The children are insane." The last audible lyric. Tim Ballard is from the 45th state. The recent report of the U.S. military killed in Jordan hints at Moab too. These connections of 1111 and 11 months and 11 days to the World Cup in East Rutherford involve two disturbing movies about children. Balak, children of Israel from the east. Balak, I should say. Ballard equals Balak and Balaam. Ballard equals Utah, landscape like Moab. 45th state equals $45 million. Apocalypse Now, the children are insane. Like the movie, the Weapons. World Cup, which is all, it's all leading to demonic possession. And World Cup invasion, border wall of security symbolism, child trafficking connection, halftime show with children. Okay. July 19th, the World Cup was 44 weeks and 4 days after Charlie Kirk died in Orem. Tim Ballard is Mormon, Latter-day Saints. Theology teaches that God created worlds without number, inhabited by his children. Consequently, faithful Mormons actively believe in extraterrestrial life. The teaching is presented in the movie Disclosure Day. DD 44. The plot of Weapons is about 17 children in Pennsylvania vanishing into the night at 2:17 a.m. Did the writer know that Pennsylvania is the second state? Second state, 17 children, 2:17 a.m.? I doubt the author made this connection, and I doubt this point is made in the movie, although I haven't seen the movie. 2 planes, 2 towers, 17 minutes apart, which is what was hinted at again through the World Cup. As mentioned in the narration, the children vanished on Wednesday at 2:17 a.m., which is almost Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. Paul Simon's first album with Garfunkel. The halftime show was produced by Global Citizen, a woke communist nonprofit. The values of the world. Anti-American. Anti-God. The 19th tarot card is the sun. The pattern in the cup final equals 19. And also the fire and the sun in symbolism, right? With the halftime show and everything, and the colors of the Spanish flag. Player number 7 scored near where Simon was born, 7 days before Simon's predicted fall. On July 26th, Simon sang with George Harrison on Saturday Night Live, Here Comes the Sun and Homeward Bound. July 19th was exactly 726 months after the release of Homeward Bound. G726 in the concordance is the word rapture, which is about the homeward bound Christians. July 26th will be 53 months exactly before the predicted catastrophic solar flare from the sun. 1 divided by 53 is 0.0188. H188 in the Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word woe! Exclamation mark. We changed subjects here. We got back to this theme of the sun and the play on the sun, S-U-N, and sun, S-O-N, God's son. And, yeah. Saturday Night Live is broadcast from New York. The theater for this show is in New York, near where the game was played. Anyway, the connection from Homeward Bound to the World Cup, which was profound, like I just explained, confirms the other connection with Here Comes the Sun and George Harrison. Okay, forward to the sun. So from the release of Homeward Bound, we have a timeline that gets us to the catastrophic solar flare from the sun. And it passes through the World Cup, and the solar flare will cause destruction in the world and rain fire down as described in Revelation 8 after the sound of silence, Paul Simon. And so that's why the sun symbolism comes up in the World Cup. Okay. All right. So this link here is to a video. I'm going to describe it. All right. Rather than play the video. Well, actually, no, I think it's a picture. So I'll get the picture. All right. So here you can see this image right after the goal of the celebration. Player number 7 scoring the goal with player number 17 behind him. And the two of them have their arms out as if they're flying. They represent airplanes. Two of them. Again, this World Cup is about this big theme of twins. And it's being played near where the Twin Towers collapsed after two planes struck the two towers. Again, this theme goes all the way back to the twin earthquakes. When the towers collapsed, they engendered small earthquakes that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall. Now, there's a video. I'm not going to play it, though, because it's a YouTube video and I don't want to deal with that. But after this scene right here, Torres, who represents the first plane of the two planes on 9/11, he proceeds to run towards the corner of the field, which is where there is at the very corner a, I don't know what you call it in soccer, but it's like a post. A magnet is holding it up. It's a 3 foot high or so post, maybe 2.5 feet or 2 feet, whatever. It's tall enough though. And he runs to it and he kicks it over. So this is this erect post, which is symbolic of a tower. After he makes the gesture of a plane, with the other guy behind him making another plane, he then runs into the tower. It's absolutely stunning to see this. Especially given we already knew ahead of time that this World Cup would be all about pointing to the World Trade Center, right near where the World Cup would be played. The second player who made like a plane, number 17, and who followed the first player named Torres, which means towers in Spanish, who knocked over the tower-like flag post, hinted at the second plane 17 minutes after the first plane on 9/11. Right? That's why the second player making his arms like a plane, like wings, was number 17. Because the second plane was 17 minutes after the first plane that went into the towers, hence the first player's name being Torres, as in towers. It was player number 7 and player number 7th prime number. This celebration in the game was played near the events of 9/11 and was played 9,077 days exactly after 9/11. Again, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. So we have judgment 9,077, and the celebration here that simulated the attack on 9/11 was with player number 7 and the 7th prime number, as in 77 days in addition to 9,000 days. Amazing. I think this is the one last thing here. BTS holds the record for most YouTube video. BTS holds the record for most YouTube video. BTS holds the record for most YouTube views in under 24 hours for a music video for their song Dynamite. They performed in New York at the World Cup on the day that the Iranian mayor of New York City declared he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu exactly 24 weeks before it is predicted that Israel will nuke bomb Iran, as in the song Dynamite. See, that's amazing, right? The record for a video for views in under 24 hours is Dynamite. The singers who sing Dynamite performed exactly 24 weeks before this Dynamite, the nuke bomb that will be dropped on Iran by Israel. And they performed on the same day that the Iranian mayor of New York City said that he would arrest the prime minister of Israel. BTS is a 7-member singing group. Their song !2!3 is their highest charting song from their album Wings, capital W, as in the players that I just talked about that spread their arms out like wings. Player number 7 celebrated his okay, so they actually have a song named this, okay? Now, player number 7 celebrated his goal in New York by imitating Wings in a sign that pointed to the collapse of 220 floors. 7 members and a song named !2 and !3 hints at 723, which is the 220th semi-prime number. BT gives us 2 and 20, as in 220, as in 220 floors that collapsed on 9/11. S gives us 19, which hints at 9/11. 7 days after the 7-member group performed at the 23rd World Cup in front of falling coins in New York, near where Paul Simon was born, will be the predicted fall of the composer of 7 Psalms. 23 days after Simon's predicted fall will be the predicted fall of the stock market, as in falling coins, in New York on August 18th. On the day that the World Cup began, BTS celebrated their 13th anniversary with a festival and concert. On August 18th, the stock market index is predicted to fall 13%. So the BTS sign here, with the falling coins behind them, points to the coming fall of the stock market in New York, and they performed in New York. Oh, and I forgot to mention, BTS gives us the 13th prime number, but they celebrated their 13th anniversary at the beginning of the World Cup tournament, which is all confirmation that their performance at the end of the tournament points to a 13% loss in the stock market when coins will fall. "23 days after Simon's fall is the predicted stock market fall. Exactly 23 weeks after Simon's fall is the predicted day that Israel will nuke Iran. And again, Simon's fall will be 7 days after the goal by number 7 and the 7-member group performance in the 23rd World Cup and the Iranian New York City mayor sign, making this 7 and 23 connection again. And that's it. God bless. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. In the last days, many people who claim to be a follower of Christ will have spiritual experiences that are in reality demonic. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Do not listen to or follow the example of most quote-unquote Christians. Instead, follow the teachings of Jesus, which most quote-unquote Christians ignore. Like Jesus, you must surrender your life. Put nothing ahead of Jesus, your Lord. Like Jesus, you must lay down your life so that you may live. As Jesus said, one must die first, like a kernel of wheat going into the ground, in order to then grow and produce fruit. And like Jesus said, one must produce fruit, or else like a branch or a tree not producing fruit, they will be thrown into the fire. Jesus was speaking to quote-unquote Christians when he said this. One must die the self in order to be born again. And like Jesus said, one must be born again to enter the kingdom. Like Jesus, you must sacrifice your life for the sake of the coming kingdom. It means to do work that involves some form of sacrifice and risk. To have faith does not mean to intellectually agree. You need to demonstrate your faith through taking action. To have faith means to trust in God's promises. Taking action demonstrates trust and fear of the Lord. The primary reason that the wrath of God is coming upon America is quote-unquote Christians that do not get what I have just explained. The only reason a Christian is alive is in order to help other people become Christians and make it to the kingdom. Do not be deceived by those on the political left claiming to be quote-unquote Christians. There is no such thing as a Christian on today's political progressive left. Jesus said, "Do not think I have come to abolish or change any bit of the law or the prophets of the Old Testament Bible." In other words, the God of the Old Testament Bible is the exact same God of the New Testament Bible. It is essential that you learn about the God of the Bible and his ways. The God of the Old Testament Bible is looking to see who will fear him, and to fear God is not the same thing as quote-unquote revering or honoring God. Through Christ's ransom payment, a Christian is someone who has been redeemed and freed from slavery to sin and Satan. In response, a true Christian recognizes that their life in this world does not belong to them, and they become a willing slave to Jesus for the sake of the kingdom. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. And don't only put the link to this video or another video on this channel in comments sections of places you typically visit, but importantly, put the link to the video in places you never visit, where people who don't think like you visit. If you are a quote-unquote Christian, nothing in terms of an evangelism tool compares to this video with its prediction. It is a massive bag of gold. Beware of Jesus' warning through the quote-unquote Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold and was banished to hell. Also, read Ezekiel chapter 3 and 33 for this same warning. If you think you might be spending too much time watching videos instead of working and sacrificing for the kingdom through handing out flyers and potentially helping hundreds of people in the same length of time as a video, my flyer is filled with amazing information that people need to know right now, and it points people to the video channel. Now is not the time to be handing out typical evangelical tracts that are largely based in error anyway, such as, quote, Jesus loves you, unquote, for example. You can hand out the flyer on busy street corners, put them on car windshields in busy parking lots, and put them in mailboxes. Just send the file to your local print shop. You can download the file from the website. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, asteroidprediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the Odyssey.com or Rumble.com channel, and do it now in case you aren't able to later.